Okay, there being 6:40 on the 20th of August, I'm going to start the zoning board of appeals off with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first hearing tonight is a continuation of an application of Pine Ridge Estates LLC and Bradford Dean for a comprehensive permit pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40B, for development of off Westport Lakes Drive, consisting of 38 single-family homes on individual lots, which are to contain 2 or 3 bedrooms, with 10 of those homes being designated as affordable deed restricted homes. Subject property is located at 0 Westport Lakes Road and is shown on Assessor's Map 31, lots 3B, 3C, and 4G. Yes. Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20F, this meeting is being recorded. Voting on this will be Jerry Catino, myself, Roger Menard, Constance Gee, Ray Elias, and Cynthia Kosekowitz. The process tonight will be, we are going to go over the a draft decision. We all have a copy of the draft decision. We're going to go through our comments, and then I'll open it up to the public again. And then at that point, then I plan on closing the hearing. And then, oh, here he is, just in time. And then we will vote on the petition. So, Attorney Agostino, I just opened everything up. So, I assume everybody has had a copy of the draft decision. We have had comments from the planning board and from the town administrator that everybody, I think, has a copy of. So what I want to do then is go through page by page, any comments from the board members on the draft decision. Again, what the process here will be is we will work on the draft decision as if it was going to be approved. We will then, after I close the hearing, we will then discuss it further, edit or modify as appropriate, and then vote on it. First,
Our next thing ready.
Through the chair, can I ask other attorneys, or both of them, doesn't matter which one answers it. During some of the hearings, we talked about you guys getting together and putting this thing together, and then communicating with each other, listening to the board's decisions, and drafting this. The original document, did it come from the applicant to you, and then you made tweaks to it, or did it come from you and he made tweaks to it? That's my question.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. George Pucci from KP Law. This final round didn't go that way. So when you were getting to the point that you wanted to look at a draft decision, applicant's counsel had actually provided a very thorough draft. Didn't cover everything that you wanted. It obviously had some questions, but it was a first draft. It was reasonable to form. It was very similar to forms that I would use on it. On that draft, I made track change comments and questions, and then you considered that at the last hearing session. Additional questions came up, and then concerns that the board members had on things like provisions in the homeowners association, provisions like that. Even the applicant was saying, it sounded like he didn't know some of the things that were in his own counsel's first draft on the homeowners, so he wanted to further update that. So at the last hearing, council was directed to look at, first of all, make those changes to the homeowners provisions that the applicant was referring to, and council was going to make further comments and suggestions on that last draft that I had provided. And the draft that I had provided was only indicating track change additions, my track change additions to the original first draft from the applicant's council. So this last draft before you has none of my comments at all. It only has, and I'll be honest with you, it's getting to the point now that my eyes are glazing over all of the different drafts that are going back and forth and various emails with 3 attachments to them and segments and all of that. So whatever draft you're looking at is council's suggested edits to the last draft that you talked about at the last hearing. I've made no further comments on the draft that's before you. I have been very carefully tracking additional comments from town officials coming in, including town administrator, town planner. So I have recommendations for you in terms of any questions or comments that you have, but this draft that's before you has no input from me whatsoever. So it shouldn't be taken as a good seal of approval. And my methodology on that is, I'm not a board member. I would recommend you focus on substantive issues that you care about and address those. And then in the end, I'm going to provide a final draft for you to look at in deliberations. After the hearing is closed, you're not going to receive any further input from the applicant or anybody else. Then you're going to be looking at a draft that is council's final proposed draft based on your comments and questions during the hearing. So that draft won't come until after the close of the hearing and for deliberations. Does that answer your question?
Roger, you're gonna read in, might want to lower. You're gonna read in Jim Harnett's.
I wasn't planning on reading any of the,
I have questions regarding
go ahead.
the subdivision. No,
I don't know what that is, I don't know if it's a fan or.
So, it's, the concern was with respect to A7 in the draft decision, which it says that our thing would supersede and replace all prior subdivision approvals and covenants affecting the property. And then he said that it would negatively affect us ever the town ever successfully getting Westport Lakes Road and the infrastructure thereof completed. And I don't understand, I always thought Westport Lakes Road Westport Lakes subdivision was everything off of Westport Lakes Road. And that anything above, vis-a-vis Golfview Lane was something else. Are you saying it's all one, so if we approve what's up, if we approve this, we're actually how are we affecting the Westport Lakes subdivision? Is it because that this piece of property is part of Westport Lakes subdivision?
Yeah.
And if we would then release the covenants, we release the covenants to all of Westport Lakes Road?
Well,
I don't
I
understand
think
how
The problem
us
with
approving
releasing the
this
covenant
releases the
means
covenants.
that the original developer no longer has the responsibility for finishing those things that were,
Why?
that were in,
Because isn't it two separate subdivisions?
You would be releasing it.
You'd be
There's a lot that they need for.
So that's why, it's
Well,
because of
40B.
this, it's because of this lot that
Yes.
brings it up, is part of the Westport
Correct.
Lakes. And therefore, if we let them do this, then we release everything else, and that's what I wanted to know.
Yes,
right?
if
So-
you release that covenant, you're relinquishing
Yeah.
any rights
Yeah.
that the planning
That's
board
something.
has on their subdivision conditions.
Right, so do they need approval to change the subdivision, to
So-
take this out of the subdivision and put it into this other subdivision?
Yeah, I appreciate the question because I did want to clarify, that was one of the biggest issues. And, again, I apologize to council because he gave me, Attorney D'Agostino gave me several months ago his case law on the covenant, the zoning board's authority to release the covenant. And I did review what he provided, and it's valid what he's saying, but it's important for you to understand kind of the distinction. Council has represented to the board, applicant's council, that since this is a covenant related to a permit approval and the subdivision approval, that is within your jurisdiction to waive that because it's another local permitting decision. The case law does support what he's saying. He's absolutely correct. You do have the jurisdiction over it. And it's different from a property interest. Like if the town had town meeting approval, acquired a property interest, conveyed an easement, those types of things are not permitting conditions. They are not within your jurisdiction to waive or affect. So that is a property interest versus a covenant interest that was from a permitting decision. But, so the punchline is though, the fact that you have jurisdiction over it doesn't mean that
You
the
have,
facts compel that you should do it.
Right.
So it's still within your authority to deny waiving that covenant.
Okay.
And go ahead and issue your own conditions. You would have your own permitting decision. And the covenant that the planning board has for the subdivision, their own subdivision, remains in place and they have the enforceability.
so does the plans for the Westport Lake subdivision need to be amended to take this lot out that was originally part of the subdivision?
Yes, they would have to, yes.
Okay.
Unless you waived it. I mean, that's,
Okay.
and you know, let's call a spade a spade. In the last week or so, you've received very strong comments and concerns, including from a resident. You know, don't release this. This is our last, you know, don't do it. It's the only leverage we have. Those types of issues really aren't technically within your jurisdiction, but you can certainly take into account local concerns when you're conditioning this permit. So if you have a roadway that has not been completed, there's a stormwater management system that needs to be completed, there's other components. There was supposed to be work apparently done this summer that was never done. It's access to this 40B development. So, you know, in my view, it's in your purview to make sure that you enact conditions that are within your jurisdiction, and you have to think long and hard whether you would want to waive the covenant. And I'll tell you frankly, from what I've seen, I don't think you want to. So, and if that's your consensus after the close of the hearing, I will draft the final draft for your deliberations that do not waive the covenant and that have conditions that are consistent with the final comments that you've received from the town officials on the issue. Town administrator had some very extensive comments, you know, that he submitted that a lot of them made a lot of sense too about the surety issues and things of that nature. So that would basically be my recommendation to you. If that's the way you're inclined to go, it's sounding like you're getting very near the end of the universe of issues that you need to have the public hearing open for.
Right.
And then you're pretty much good to
We
go
just
to
need to
close the
have-
hearing tonight, get the final
And
decision.
figure out how to put all those
Yeah.
conditions into words.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind if I followed up on town council's statement?
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christopher Agostino, counsel for the applicant. I appreciate the explanation that town council just described to the board on this issue of Westport Lakes Drive and the covenants. You saw the language that we included in the note in place of what was the proposed section A7 that we reviewed last time we were before the board. And the proposed alternative language is not to waive the covenant, and the covenant goes away. We're asking the board to approve a new subdivision that will overlay lots 8 and 9 on Gulfview Lane, so essentially Gulfview Lane, those parcels coming in, okay?
These things, right?
Those two things.
Yeah, a lot here and a lot here.
And the project site as it exists above those. So where you see the development on the cover page of
Yeah.
the plan. So, yes, exactly. We're asking you to approve a new subdivision that applies to those lots, okay? And we're asking that that subdivision approval supersede the prior subdivision approval. And the reason we're asking for that is because the subdivision covenant, these covenants that we're describing, and this was in the original letter I wrote to the board, And I know it takes time to work through these details, but I followed up with correspondence to town council, and I actually sent a plan that highlights in color the lots that were released, okay? The covenants that we're talking about were released as to all the lots on Westport Lakes Drive and some of that larger contiguous parcel on the, call it the bottom of Westport Lakes Drive as it shows on that plan, okay? The developer that owns Westport Lakes Drive, okay, is not subject to those covenants anymore. That ship has sailed. The only way the covenants affect the condition of Westport Lakes Drive, all right, is Gulfview Lane and the stub extension on the back. This applicant, and this, I don't want to go into a discussion about who controls Westport Lakes Drive, who owns it, but we would have to, what we're proposing is, we're essentially going to have to sue the owner of Westport Lakes Drive to improve the condition of it as described in that condition from 177 to Gulfview Lane, all right? We're willing to accept that as a condition. But to say, for this board to say that the covenant is not waived as to our property, as to our project site, means that then you're saying we have to somehow go to the planning board, or I'm not even sure what that would result in. And we perceive that as go to the planning board, which is, I guess, town council, has looked at the case law on this. You are the planning board. We are asking you as the planning board to approve a new subdivision just for what you see there and create new covenants and new conditions for that subdivision. And because the owner and developer of this subdivision doesn't own or control the fee interest in Westport Lakes Drive, we're saying we agree with you. The condition of Westport Lakes Drive from 177 to Gulfview Lane is relevant. It's a safety issue. It needs to be improved. And sequentially, before you're selling houses here, you can't come in on that road, all right? And we've said that the first letter I wrote to the board, we're willing to agree to conditions that accomplish that goal. So I think we're getting caught up in the nomenclature of the covenants and whether it's waived or who has jurisdiction over them. We're asking you, this is your game. They're your covenants for all intents and purposes. And what I'm saying is those covenants require that all of the improvements to the lots that they affect be completed before any work's done. So it's a chicken and egg issue. The completion of those, of the work applies to lots 8 and 9, which is Gulfview Lane, all right? So we're saying we will complete Gulfview Lane as part of this project. That's the condition we're proposing. And we'll improve Westport Lakes Drive from 177. And if you want to read what we proposed, that's what we're asking this board to do. We're saying approve a new subdivision, and that subdivision supersedes as to lots 8 and 9 and the project site. And as a condition to going forward, even though we don't own Westport Lakes Road or Westport Lakes Drive, the new condition is that as a condition to moving forward on this, you have to meet those standards that we've proposed.
Well, the only problem I have with that, well, not the only problem, but the major one is that if we release the covenant, then there is nothing that forces the current contractor to finish the road beyond Gulf Lake.
You're not releasing the covenant as to the rest of the property. You're only releasing the covenant as to that outline
If
there.
you release the covenant, then they don't ever have to finish that part.
That's not true. That's not a true.
I think you've pretty much isolated the issue. You've talked about it enough. I mean, what my recommendation would be is you asked me for the final decision that make sure that you don't jeopardize the planning board's ability to enforce the completion
Yes.
of the original subdivision.
Right, and I-
That's not something in your jurisdiction, but what is in your jurisdiction is you don't have to waive the planning board's rights or the existing residents' rights for completion of the subdivision. So what I would recommend you do is in your final decision, you make sure that nothing that you condition or agree to compromises those rights.
So we can,
So whether you want to call it release of the covenant, a new, whatever the language you want to use, I would recommend that substantively, you not do anything to jeopardize the planning board's ability to enforce the completion of the roadway.
so,
And-
so,
and-
so,
Because you.
rather than doing word-to-word changes here, we can just give you what our concept of
Yes,
what we're looking for, and then you can write it up
Yes.
in the final decision.
correct.
Okay.
Which then we'll deliver it on.
And then we will review it.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess I agree with you that we have the authority to issue a new subdivision. I think where I'm having still a sticky point of the fact that lots 8 and 9, is part of a different subdivision. I think the planning board needs to modify that subdivision plan. That's not in our purview.
That's you.
Right.
Still you.
But here's what the issue is you're right.
And that's
And
gonna be
you
done
can't
before you
make
came.
them go to planning board or anything like that, but you don't have to do anything to jeopardize the planning board's existing
Okay.
permitting requirements. And it's being represented to you very strongly that you not compromise those interests
Yeah.
because there's no way that they'll ever complete that roadway. And that's not something technically in your jurisdiction, but it's within
Right.
the realm of reason for you to condition your permit so that you do not in any way jeopardize that concern.
But that's also in a matter of public safety, which also would give us purview to deny
Yes.
the permit.
Yes.
But this is something.
And remember, you're not
would be-
denying a permit. You're-
Right. Well, we didn't say, I don't think we haven't all voted that we have not discussed denying or accepting this.
Right.
So,
If you were to
To den-
approve this with conditions,
Right.
I would just recommend that your conditions not
Right.
jeopardize. those.
because if we, and because we can do it with conditions, if we couldn't do it with conditions, then I would say it was a public safety concern, which would rise to the level of a good enough argument to deny the permit.
Well,
Maybe. You're not,
The
you're
only-
not in the
the-
housing board seat.
the only thing
know
I would
that.
say about that is, yes, with respect to this, access to this development.
Yeah.
To the 40B,
Right.
not to the people on the existing roadway. In other words.
Right, exactly, yeah.
But, again, you're right, that's totally within your purview. And again, it's also in your purview not to do something,
Mm-hmm.
which is not to affect
Right.
the right of the planning board and the ability to make sure that the original subdivision roadway gets completed.
And the housing board would prefer us to do it, to address the public concerns by conditions and not by denying the permit.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, to the extent the planning board then comes in and says that Pine Ridge cannot go forward until certain things are met, that's not what we're talking
But
about.
we're gonna say that.
You can say that
We're
in
gonna
this
say that,
permit, as
yeah.
long as it's clear that this approval supersedes as to this carved-out parcel. The covenants remain in place as to whatever else exists. That parcel is covered by this new decision, which can say that certain things will be met in certain order. And what we've said to you is, we can't say that the entirety of Westport Lakes Drive needs to be complete before you do anything on this. That, we would say, is the applicant would have to seek redress at the Housing Appeals Committee, because we couldn't make the project work if we did that. We could, however, do what we're proposing, which is what we've proposed in A 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. That proposal that before any ground disturbance, the vegetation is cleared within the layout, and
Can we,
then,
can we address that when we get to
Sure,
section 7?
sure.
Because I think I've got comments before 7, so,
Attorney Bucci, do you feel comfortable you know, with your understanding of how the board feels and how to write this up?
I
So
do.
that covenants or no covenants, that
I
we
mean,
want to make sure that,
the way I'm hearing it from you and Cynthia is, you want the concerns noted by the town planner and the town administrator taken into
Yes.
account. You don't want to jeopardize the town's ability to ensure completion of the original subdivision roadway.
right,
And I intend to give you a permit that does that,
okay.
on that condition. Again, as Cynthia says.
And that will
if you
take,
would approve-
that'll take the place of whatever A7 is here.
That's right.
But I talked to the planning board this morning, and when I asked him, hey, point blank, are these covenants still in place? Yes. Are they gonna be,
Yeah.
can we get them out of there? He said, I don't think you can, but that may be up in question. That could be a question, he says.
No,
But at the same time, Westport Lakes Drive has engineers on it, yes, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, to provide an as-built from Coastal, the guys that are supposed to be doing work on Westport Lakes Drive.
It's actually Westport, I
To
just want
get
to
to
clarify
get
the
an
record.
as-built plan. So
It
without an
wasn't
as-built
approved.
plan, that place isn't safe to get in there. Now, I understand that you guys want, and I would say, yes, you guys have to complete that from 177, DOT, all the way to Gulf Lane and up. That's what you guys propose for us to make as a
In certain
condition.
sequencing at certain
Yeah,
times,
yeah.
yeah.
But I will say this, the road is not, I personally know the engineer it's New England, out of Middletown, which is Sean Leach. And he's a personal friend of mine. There's a lot of issues there. And stormwater management, probably some of them, which connects to you guys.
And, you know, another issue that came up today, Roger, or not today, but in the last week, I was disappointed to see that the town planner noted that there was work that was to be completed this summer.
Right.
That was not done.
Right.
And that's a concern. I'm not blaming this applicant, I don't know what, any relationship at all, but somebody who, you know, whoever it is that knows what needs to be done and isn't doing it should help out this developer, help out the people that are in the neighborhood and get the thing done. So,
I would, because that was brought up, the work was ready to be done. There was a wetlands permit that was needed, and the wetlands permit held everything up because there was potentially a complaint that tried to hold up the wetlands permit. So we got a chicken and egg thing here, where they're trying to do the work, they're trying to get the permits, but at the same time, there's this perception that somehow this project can be stopped or held up if they prevent the improvement of Westport Lakes Drive. So we are saying, we will compel it, all right? And the activity that you've seen is a byproduct of this beginning to say, hey, if we're,
Byproduct of, well, I haven't done anything all summer, and maybe he sent an email to them saying, hey, when are you gonna do something?
yeah, right. It's that type of dynamic.
If we're talking about the same things, in June, the engineers said, well, when are we gonna have this perk test? Oh, we'll have it in July. First week in July, we didn't have it. Third week in July, we didn't have it. I kept asking this question all along. We still don't have it. Now, I know we're gonna get to that in here somewhere, but those kind of things are continually happening throughout this entire project. Not just one or two, right from the beginning.
Right, can I ask a quick point of clarification? Is it Westport Lakes Road or Westport Lakes Drive? Because it's referred to as both throughout the decision. So I think I'd ask the residents of what their street is named. Oh. Can we be at least, can we, I just want to be consistent in the decision so we know what we're talking about.
For the most part, I speak.
Okay, I'm going to regress a little because I have actually comments before we get to A7.
Well, so do I. That's actually subject property, Zero Lakes Road. I want to know if it's road or drive. That's the first question.
Right.
And I think,
Says drive.
Right.
so I just would like to clarify what it is and let be consistent through the decision and our discussions, so there's no ambiguity. But
I would also like to ask a question before you go further. Do we have documentation that the approvals for the original subdivision does not have any reference in there to a restriction of using that subdivision for another subdivision, similar to what I had suggested at the past meeting here for this, where we indicate that this subdivision not be used, you know, in other words, a developer buy a lot or two and use it to develop more property.
exactly what
Yes.
happened.
And I brought that up at the last meeting and was told, don't worry about it, because this is a project, you know, by itself, and so I still think we should put that provision in there. But anyway, is there something we have that shows that they did not, the planning board, not us, did not prohibit the use of that subdivision to access another subdivision?
Right, I think the planning board would have noted that to you. I mean, they don't have the right to, this is a 40B, and when, they won't have the right to further extend it without a modification. The 40B will be the universe of enforceability.
Right. But I am
Kind of
talking,
permit.
I'm talking about the subdivision that's already there, that doesn't have any kind of a prohibition.
Not that the planning board has raised to us, no.
Thank you.
That does,
That, I can tell you, that would be very difficult to enforce in the 40B context.
No, I'm not talking about the 40B comment. I'm talking about,
because that was going to be one of my comments coming up was not allowing the 40B to spawn off into another
40B.
development.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Or another
that
anything.
This 40B permit will run with the land on this, and it'll be the universe of conditions that apply to this with prohibitions. So they can't do anything further on the 40B without coming back and getting a modification.
But what if they sell the remaining part of the property to another developer, then,
Everything, this permit will run with the land that is the entirety of the property identified that's part of the application. So they can't take a piece off and use it for a different purpose.
Okay, so the 38 houses they're going to build here, there's no capability of expanding it into another 50 houses
No,
somewhere
it would need
else.
to come back.
You need to come back and start this,
well, but let's say, so this road ends here, right? That's part of development. Can we put a deed restriction that this can never be used, access to develop something up here? Because that's not changing the subdivision, that's just letting people drive through. This is like we're letting them drive through Westport Lakes.
Yeah, but it has, it's a permit that, it's a 40B permit that pertains to this property. They can't do it without coming back for a month.
so what you're saying is we don't need to put a
You don't, I mean, you can put it on if you want. I've never seen,
well, that's the thing, I feel there's no harm in putting that down and see where it goes.
And so when you say they can come back, I mean,
They can come back and they can get the rights, and then we're in the same spot here we are
Right.
now, right?
yeah, but, I mean, welcome to
With that-
America. That's
Right.
how it, you know.
Yeah, but we can condition it that they can't.
but as long as they're,
Yeah, but they can
Provide.
still come back. I
as
mean,
long as they come back with 40B,
Yes, yes,
they kind of get it.
yes. I mean, I'm giving you an answer. I'm telling you,
Right.
in my opinion, there's no way of you preventing that from happening, you know.
no matter what we do,
Right. I mean, you could prevent it by, when they come back, you could deny it.
right?
Yeah,
But
Right.
I'm saying to you, there, in my opinion, and you're free to take it or leave it, you're not going to be able to build in assurance to yourselves that no one in the future will ever come in and try to extend the roadway. I mean, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to do it.
Okay,
You can put the condition in, but it's not going to stop somebody from coming in and seeking an approval.
right, okay.
Okay.
My other comment on A3, and I know we talked about this
I
briefly.
got a problem, I've got a question on paragraph 1, 2, procedural history,
Okay.
okay? We're ahead of that, you're not there yet?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so it reads, "The property is located in the residential agricultural zoning districts." I agree to that. Adjacent to and within a pristine a pre-existing residential subdivision along Westport Lakes Road known as Coastal Harvest Village. I don't think that subdivision is known as Coastal Harvest Village. So what is Coastal Harvest Village? We've heard a lot of different things here. I have never heard of Coastal Harvest Village.
Is that the sign at the front of the roadway?
No, it says Westport Lakes.
Right.
No, so it says Westport Lakes Drive is the signage. I'm thinking of the real estate sign.
Does it serve any purpose?
No, it doesn't.
No, strike it.
I mean,
That's what I mean.
So a lot of these, again, like town council can scrub the final, but, these types of things can be pointed out just to make sure that the nomenclature is right. I was just looking up drive versus road.
Yeah.
And on all the plans, it's road. The sign on the street in live view says drive, and it says drive on Google Maps. But I think we should, whatever we decide, I think we should go with what the assessor's plan says.
I agree.
That wasn't your
Yeah.
question, was it? Coastal Harvest?
That too, but we're talking about Coastal Harvest Village. We're striking that because we don't know what Coastal Harvest Village is.
What is coastal?
They don't know.
Nobody knows.
It's
It sounds
Put a comment on 3?
it does. I would love to live there, I think. What? Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna see where my next comment is. I have A2. Are you A2 as well?
No, go ahead, I'm A3.
All right, so that requires that we have to render render a decision on this condition within 30, so basically we have, once everything's done, you're gonna come back with a full set of plans, and then we have 30 days to complete the review of the final plans and approve it. But also later on in the decision is that we have the right to have actually even in here, it says we have a right to consult an engineer to make sure that everything is such planned. I don't think we can get an engineer in 30 days. We haven't been able to get an engineer to do anything in 30 days through this whole process. So can we extend that 30 days to something a little more reasonable, because we know for a fact we can't make that.
Yeah.
I would say 90.
And also in that same A3, it actually says, no, you can't do anything else other than what's in the set of plans. What if somebody decided, well, this is all done now, I want to put a shed in? How does that work?
No, they have to come back.
No, they can't do it,
Well,
right?
no, that's not true, because a shed doesn't require a building permit.
No, but it says no structures at all.
Yeah, but
But
if you do it
is it
without a
not-
building permit.
So I had a condition proposed in here that would have addressed those sorts of changes. Town council's position is what you described. We're fine either way. I think you're also thinking with an eye towards future residents. The condition I had proposed originally would have given some flexibility for things like a tool shed, but if the answer is no other structures, without coming before the zoning board,
Well, they can't, unless
they
it's.
could come before, they
Unless
could.
it's small lots.
Anyone can always come before the board.
They come for a modification.
Yeah, so I
And
would,
if you find it a minor modification,
And that's addressed later with the setbacks, because we're requiring setbacks that are different than our normal setbacks, and my question then is, when someone comes back to us later, so right now we have a 25 setback to the house, 10 on each side, and only
6 from
20
the-
going, what? 10, on in here, it's saying 10.
20 from the front, 25 from the back, and 10 from the side.
Right, but that's not our normal setback, so then when someone comes and says, I want to put a shed on,
They have to meet,
what setbacks do they have to
they have to
meet?
meet what's in the plan.
Then they can't ever put anything else on it, because there's never gonna be a spot, because the house is gonna be,
they can with a modification.
yeah.
But
They can, but I'm saying, but that's what I wanna know, is like, I don't want, once we're all old and gray, and older, that we're all gone, and someone comes in and just says, hey, I wanna build a shed, which, as what we would normally do, is like, hey, okay, as long as it meets the setbacks. Like, how are the next zoning board gonna know, or that their setbacks are completely different than what the normal setbacks are?
I mean, they would have to look at the permit.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a stipulation. I thought,
But
I thought there was a stipulation in there that they couldn't put any structure less than 15.
Yeah, I think it almost makes it impossible,
Right.
based on the
Because
lots.
of the-
But,
Did we finish with A2?
No, I wanted to make a
yes,
comment.
we're taking it to 30 to 90 days.
I would like to ask for a
I mean, we're-
legal.
well, And we can also put a time of the essence clause in there if you like.
No.
I just think 30 days to get any engineer to do anything.
To get a report back to the board, I mean, I would suggest maybe hold a hearing within, or review it within 60 days, because usually what happens is it's the peer reviewer gives a report, and, you know, that gets submitted, and you do it during a business meeting. So 60 days should be sufficient.
Would we get a report back in 60 days? Like,
I think
that's
if it's, and by the way, there's no consequence here. I don't think it triggers anything. So the idea would be, if it's 90, it's going to take 120. If it's 60, then everybody's working towards 60 at the time. Like, we might not be here, it might not be us, so they'll see 60, they'll try to adhere to 60, and, you know,
I don't, I mean, I
I'm
just
good
think
with-
more
I'm-
than 30.
Yeah, I'm good with, I'm fine with 90. I mean, typically, you're doing it through the building inspector, because the building inspector is looking at, that's who you're relying on for.
But it also requires a consulting engineer to make sure all the
I
plans.
understand, but usually the building inspector is doing that. They're getting a peer reviewer that
Right.
they use.
But my issue was, of course, is getting a peer reviewer to
Yeah.
do anything in 30 days is impossible.
I think 90 days is fine.
Yeah. And we can put a time is of the essence, right? So we can't lollygag.
I'm
Okay.
fine with the 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that all set? I have a different question. Regarding the discussion of adding a structure, I just want to be clear. The new change of law in the Commonwealth this past year that allows an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, by right, how does that fit in with this? Would that individual homeowner have to come back to a zoning board for a change of the
Yeah.
40B?
The keys to the bedrooms, and it's saying that you can't change the amount of bedrooms in the place, so therefore, the only way someone could put an ADU on that property was to take a bedroom away from the main house, because they don't control the septic,
Yes.
right? And I think I put something, I was.
Well, that's what
concerned
I'm
about
asking
that.
the question.
Too. And there's something later that says something about that, and I made it clear that you can't modify the number of bedrooms in the house, you can't take a door out, you can't take the garage and make it,
Right.
make
Is
it
there
into a
any-
bedroom.
In spite of the state change of law that makes it by right. That's my big.
You know what?
It's by right, but as long as it meets a
I'll
septic.
put in a condition for you about that. It doesn't really apply here because they're getting relief from zoning, you know, and the ADUs is separate relief from zoning, but I'll put in a condition for you.
So can we put a condition to here that no ADUs are allowed?
I'm gonna put in a condition about it. I'm gonna look into it a little further about what people are putting in permits. I haven't seen anything put in about that yet.
Right. I mean, it's
But I'll
new,
look
so-
at it for you and I'll add a condition.
And I'd
Because
also,
that was my,
yeah, and
we had similar comments.
I would also, I think I have something down later to this, but I'd also like to say that it can't, if it's sold as a two-bedroom unit, it can never be more than a two-bedroom unit. Because someone could convert a garage into a bedroom and make it a three-bedroom, and the septic isn't key for that. We're gonna get over the water flow. So I think we just, if, I'm not sure where that goes, and maybe it goes where I did it later on, I'm just going through, right? It's-
I would suggest the Board of Health regulations cover that. Because if somebody's adding bedrooms, you're in violation of the Board of Health permit. A bedroom's a
Well,
bedroom.
Not-
Yes,
no,
but-
there's
yes,
no-
but-
there's no one
But you
septic.
can take a bedroom away from one place and put it somewhere else, and that still only makes, if you had a three-bedroom house and you made it into a two-bedroom house, you could then have a one-bedroom ADU, which,
Well,
Not
he's
really-
covering the ADU
Right.
issue.
But I also don't want them to
but if we
increase the
cover
number
the
of bedrooms.
ADU issue
That's
saying.
covered, I think.
No, because the septic is a septic for the entire place. It doesn't say that lot is a two-bedroom septic. It's not a two-bedroom septic. It's a, that's how the Board of Health would normally do it, and the Board of Health is here No, the Board of Health isn't here, so, no, yes, the Board of Health is
Yes,
here.
The final plans are going to specify which units or how many bedrooms because
And that
of the
keys the
septic.
septic.
Because
Yes,
Okay.
that's
And
going, that's got to
Yeah.
be in the final plans.
And I'll cover you in the,
And it's
Okay.
fine to cover, I think,
I'll put in the,
I see boards kind of go down the, we want to cover this, we want to cover that. There's mass general laws that, if you printed it out, would fill this room and covers a lot of these things. So, trying to be judicious about the drafting is helpful.
I think you're right, Attorney. In the last 2 weeks, I took some time to go to the Massachusetts Appeals Board site and look through all of those decisions. I looked through 10 of them, and I think our attorney's
did
right.
you see how many I've lost there?
Wait, no.
I lost all the ones that were reported last year.
Well, our stack of paperwork is this high. That stack of paperwork is even higher than this. And I'll say Delphic had one in 2010 to 2013 that a Board of Health, the building department didn't make their decisions in a timely fashion, so they appealed it. But in the whole length of the thing, I read through 10 of these. And it's like, okay, you kind of have too much stuff in your brain right now.
Yeah.
But in this Delphic one, in Middleborough, for 10 affordable units, they cited for Delphic at the end, but there were conditions. In other words, when you go there's going to be conditions there, too. And one of them, I was surprised that it said, we would like you to adhere to as much possible as you could for local regulations. I thought that was interesting, that they took that approach. So, and just so you know, the decisions were 30-70 in favor of developers.
That was the point that I was making, yeah. And in fact, yeah.
But there's some interesting stuff in there. In the 10 that I read, there's,
I don't know what you read, but I can tell you, the HAC, if they overrule your
I read
decision,
Hopkinton, I read,
if they
Green
overrule
Street.
your decision, they will not say comply to the greatest extent to local regulations. They will say it
Well,
has to
something to that
comply
effect.
with state law.
Right.
And you issue a building permit within 30 days, and that's about the end of it. And you issue this permit in 30 days, or this will serve as the permit.
well, this
So-
one actually said,
Well, that may have, but they don't do that. They won't remand it, and they won't give conditions that are addressing local
it
concerns.
actually says the Delphic one in 2010.
2010 maybe, but not now.
Well, yeah, and I actually thought, well, maybe rules have changed since then.
I have a quick question on A1, and it was just, you made a change. In the original, you said, except as may be provided for in the conditions of approval set forth herein, this decision permits the construction of, you deleted that. Why?
I'm sorry, you're under A1?
A1.
Right now, it just says, this decision permits the construction, yada, yada, yada. The previous
A1 is-
version said, except as may be provided for in the conditions of approval set forth within. Why is that deleted?
So I accepted changes that town council had proposed, and I
that-
think there was a comment that except as provided herein is provided herein. So, it's being duplicative. But I don't see the red line in the version I had printed. Because I did, town council asked for me to maintain his version and then put comments over it.
Okay.
So does yours have the comments in the?
Well, I mean,
No.
I didn't bring like every version that I ever got. I
Yeah.
just wrote on what the previous version that I had.
Roger, what's your question?
Oh, I see what you have.
I just, why
Yeah.
was that comment deleted?
I don't think I made that revision. That was town council's revision.
Okay.
Amelia
I-
Churchill, who's that?
Okay, these are,
No revisions on the latest draft before.
No, this was
No,
the
this
prior
was-
draft. I accepted
the prior
that
draft.
change.
there's a difference
What was
between,
the change, Roger?
there's a difference between, A1 says, right now, this one says, this decision permits the construction, use, and occupancy of no more than 38 single-family housing units on the site as expressly conditioned herein. Okay. The original one said, except as may be provided for in the conditions of approval set forth herein, and then the rest of that
So I
sentence.
have the red line. That was,
I guess maybe they're the same.
Mr. Chairman, it was wordsmithing in lieu of that precatory language in that clause. We added, or council added, at the end of that, the as expressly conditioned herein.
Okay, so.
So they
okay,
traded
so rather
the,
than the accept as. we
Traded
put
it
in the
for-
back. Okay, all right, makes sense.
Makes it a little clearer. 'cause then
Makes it-
I was fine with
But
either.
then the other one always looked like it was, you're gonna go looking for something.
Right. Yeah, that was the change there. I do have that red line up now, so if you have any other of those questions.
Okay,
My next comment on A6 before we get to the ever popular A7.
yep,
So it says that the applicant shall work with Mass DOT to implement said traffic report and the owner of Westport Lakes Drive, specifically to clear the vegetation that encroaches on the blah, blah, blah. I would like to say that to add Westport Lakes Drive or road or whatever it is, and the Westport Lakes Homeowners Association, because there's been a turnover, so isn't the road actually owned by the Homeowners Association now?
There's no
I didn't
homeowners
think there was a
association?
Yes, there is. It got turned over.
There's no turnover. There was a release of the covenants.
No,
as
there's a
to the
homeowners
road.
association.
There is a homeowners association, but the developer's still responsible for the road. So
Okay.
there's only like 3 owners in the homeowners association. The developer still, developer still plows and maintains the road.
Right, so then I think maybe,
yep.
I mean, we can, if there's
no,
something.
I don't want to put anything on the homeowners association if that's clearly the case, that the homeowners association is not responsible for the road at all, which would seem odd. So in perpetuity, the developer is going to be responsible for the road?
No, once the developer sells all the lots, usually they'll release their interest in the last conveyance or some iteration like that. But my understanding is the developer's maintaining control of the road. If the chair wants to take testimony on that one point from someone, I see a lot of people looking over my shoulder, so I don't know if there is more knowledge on the exact status of that, but I would say the developer, Coastal Harvest, is responsible for that. However you want to word it, we'll work with whoever controls it or is responsible for it. It doesn't matter to us. We agree that that is one of the conditions
Yeah.
that we've imposed on ourselves or proposed to impose on ourselves in A7 as revised. So however it gets done, we'll work with whoever.
Yeah, my only complaint with that is, it says where applicable. That, you know, that doesn't make, I mean, all that's, you know,
No.
it's never applicable. Can
So
we
let's
just
get rid
strike
of
that?
the, yeah.
But
The
this
applicant
this
shall-
sentence also is only related to the intersection of the West Lakes Drive and Route 177. That's all that sentence deals with, not the whole road.
This
Right.
one was specific to the MassDOT intersection. There are other
Right. There's
conditions.
other conditions, yeah.
that-
I thought that too, but then I read it, this is, it was only going towards what Mass Dot said regarding of,
And it also indicates the encroaches into the right-of-way, and the right-of-way is usually quite a bit wider than a paved road.
okay. Rumble freeze, A7.
Strike the as where applicable.
I'm doing that here too, attorney, and I'll send this to you.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
kind of,
That'd be great.
Okay. A7 we talked enough about, and our attorney is going to draft up something that hopefully encompasses what our concerns are.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Chairman, I think it's just, that is such a critical element that I don't want to walk into something that undoes all the work that we're doing here if there's some misunderstanding on what the board's expectation is. And I had proposed the comment after the last hearing, and I don't think we've had any discussion about the comment. And my intent was to map out what we propose to do vis-à-vis Westport Lakes Road. And if the board is asking for anything more than this, I'd at least, we left the hearing open so that we could provide feedback and have a dialogue. And I'm unclear on exactly what the board is looking for as far as Westport Lakes Road as it relates to the development of this site.
When you say that you're going to improve Westport Lakes Drive up to where Golf View Drive is for access, before construction, what does the improve mean? It doesn't, are you saying you're going to complete the road?
So, no. So what we proposed is the following sequence. We said that prior to any ground disturbance on the property, the applicant shall cause either directly or indirectly or in cooperation with third parties, all vegetation within the layout of Westport Lakes Drive between 177 and Gulfview Lane, and we called that the Westport Lakes site access. Cleared sufficient to maintain adequate site distances within that right-of-way, okay? And any major deterioration that currently exists, we were proposing to patch that up before any ground disturbance on the site. So that's condition one. Before you touch anything on the site, clear the vegetation, which is the site and safety issue, and if there's a major collapse in the existing structure, you got to patch that up to begin with, okay? Then we said in the following sequence, the following will happen. Prior to the issuance of the first occupancy permit, so before any units are sold, and the idea is now that we've made it safe for construction access, okay? Now we're building, and we don't want to put a finish coat on while we're bringing heavy equipment and cement trucks in to build foundations. That doesn't make sense. So we said, get the road in good working order and get it safe. But before you sell a unit, okay, before you sell a unit, this is what we're proposing. Any open order of conditions for the stormwater management facilities serving the Westport Lakes site access, so that's your stormwater comment, and Gulfview Lane shall have received a certificate of compliance and all continuing maintenance conditions under such order of conditions and/or certificate of compliance shall be satisfied. So we've now took care of any wetlands issue, any open drainage issues before the first certificate of occupancy is pulled. So there's millions of dollars in site improvement. That's a point where we're saying that has to be done. So if there's a deficiency there, we're not telling the town to give up Westport Lakes Drive and just let us go run roughshod over this site without paying attention to these issues. But we're saying it needs to happen in a sequence. And so the drainage issues must be closed out as to the Westport Lakes site access before we sell a unit. The other half of that is construction of all improvements shown on the prior definitive subdivision approval shall be completed to binder course. So basically, before you sell a unit, anything in that approval on the access, which is 177 to Gulfview Lane, needs to be completed to binder course. Because again, we're going to have construction equipment, so we don't want a finish coat there, all right? And that's before a unit's sold, okay? And then what we proposed in the last instance is prior to the issuance of the last occupancy permit, this is our proposal, that at that point, the applicant and the condition of Westport Lakes site access is such that it's been completed to finish coat.
But the only thing is missing is everybody from Gulfview Lane away from 177 is getting hosed, because nothing's getting done.
Well,
there.
that, again, that's not, that covenant was released. That ship has sailed from the town's perspective.
Well, accordingly to our planning board, they don't believe that's.
Well, what the planning board is saying is that they can use this project as leverage to get that done. And what the law says is they cannot. The law says if we go to the HAC, there's a case about the extension of a sewer permit, all right? The planning board had conditioned development of a site on extension of a sewer line into the site. The applicant in that case came through with a 40B permit, and the HAC said, and they said, well, you need to put in the sewer extension, just like the planning board is saying, you need to complete all of Westport Lakes Drive. And the HAC said, no, that's a permit condition, 40B overrides that. If that renders your project uneconomic and you can't go forward with it, then that condition is waived. That covenant to extend the sewer permit is waived. That's a case directly on point.
I would also think that the size of the road from West Golfview Lane, north, south, east, west, would not make your, if we conditioned you approve finishing that as well, or forcing the third party to do it, I don't think the board's gonna say that's gonna make your project economically unfeasible. It's gonna be another 120 grand
Yeah, and you're not.
out of a
you're not-
multi-million dollar.
And you're not conditioning it on
Yeah.
completion of that other subdivision. You're just not affecting planning board's right to enforce it.
Yeah,
Well, let's be clear on that.
You've
Make-
talked about it at length.
right.
You know,
I think what you're saying, that you don't think the planning board has anything to do with enforcing the covenants for the whole road, and you're saying that the covenants haven't been released, and they can still do it, and we're just not really, if, to the extent that the planning board still has covenants to ensure that that can be completed, we are not going to waive those.
Yes.
And so we're agreeing to disagree.
I
Our
think
attorney
so,
thinks,
but this-
there's covenants that our planning board can still enforce, and you're saying those covenants have been long gone.
If their methodology of enforcement is to try to hold
No.
up this project, or if there's language in this permit that makes me believe that this board is deferring to the planning board, or may say that something needs to happen on anything other than the access area relative to this project, then that's the
But what we're gonna make sure is that we don't give away the right for the planning board to enforce that covenant going past the access site.
As long as it doesn't have to do with
Okay.
this.
So, can I just be clear that when you define Westport Lake site access, that means at all times that portion of Westport Lakes Drive between Route 77 and Golfview Lane, and not just Golfview Lane?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is your definition of Westport Lakes site access? Is it that portion of Westport Lakes Drive between Route 177 and the entrance to Golfview Lane, or simply the entrance to Golfview Lane?
At the entrance to Golfview Lane, it stops short of our site. Our site's covered by separate covenants. We have to build,
I want to know, Westport Lakes site does it cover from 177 to Golfview Lane, or just Golfview Lane?
it covers from 177
Okay.
to Golfview Lane.
Because I didn't read it that way. And I
Okay.
had comments before, so I would like, after the first instance in A17.1, saying, when you say, the entrance to Golfview Lane, in parenthetical, you have Westport Lake site access, I'd like this to make it clear to people reading, because I didn't read it that way in the first instance.
Okay.
Collectively referred to herein as Westport Lake site access, so it's clear that it's both of them.
Okay.
And that is to
I got-
Gulfview, not including.
To Golfview Lane, because Golfview Lane's part of our project anyway, and we own that. This is us causing someone else to do something.
Something, yeah.
So, in the beginning, when we first got a first letter from the Board of Selectmen through Jim Hartnett, these issues were brought up that the road was not finished, that it didn't have DOT access, all of those things. It still doesn't have that. You guys have to get one to do what you're doing. And that letter that he sent us in the beginning, and this one actually kind of says the same thing, the one he sent recently. Westport Lakes Drive should be completed totally, top coat and everything, from 177 to where you want to access your site. Because that's what the development of it was supposed to be 20 or 15 years ago, whatever. It didn't happen. The planning board is not using that. They're just trying to say, we need safe access to your site, but the entire road needs to be safe. We're up 2 inches with grates in that area. There isn't even caution signs anywhere. Wherever anybody works, when they put down steel plates, steel plate ahead. That's nowhere on Westport Lakes Drive. I still don't consider that a safe access. Tell me how you're gonna do that.
I would say that's in condition A71.
Yeah, they're gonna redo everything, but without the top coat.
Oh, the planning board, which, we're just lay people here. In the beginning, it said, well, you guys are all those boards, so you're acting as those boards, you're gonna make a final decision as those boards. But those are the professionals, and we should listen to their comments. It didn't say take all their comments, it said listen.
I mean, I think I think we are. I think we're saying the vegetation is gonna be cleared, and any of the potholes and significantly deteriorated binder course, which I think would be, in my mind, being down there, it's the entire length of the road is significantly deteriorated, will be paved, right? But it's not gonna get top coated, because that would just be like a stupid waste of money. Like, is this basically, I think, I see what they're gonna do is gonna put that road back in the condition it was when the first person got occupancy. And then they're gonna go back and make sure that it's actually finished, in A73. Once they're all done making a mess of the road again, you're gonna pave it, you're gonna make sure that either you or a third party is gonna do the finish coat. It has, what should have been happened
Already.
when the first person, or whenever the key condition of when that had to be done, right?
In the highway department, in the beginning, Roger had made a comment at one of the hearings that said, oh, the highway department had no comments. They did have comments. He said that road was not up to standard. It's in the letter.
I think you've talked about that condition.
He said it's a private road, I can't make comments, but he said it appears not to be up to standard.
I think you've talked about that condition enough.
I do have just one comment, though, on the A73, and that is, you want to finish the road after the last house. That bothers me, because if you never get to the last house, then you never finish the road. So, and you're going to do this in phases, I would suggest maybe that you do it, and all along you've been saying you're going to do this in 2 phases. One phase
Now it's 4.
golf to the left, and one phase golf to the right.
And now they're doing it in 4 phases.
Well, it doesn't say here, it says multiple.
Well, multiple, but it says it's 25%, they're saying they're doing it 25% increments, which is 4. We'll get to that. I mean, we're still at 8, we're still.
No, it says each proposed phase shall ensure that 25%.
Well, let's stick with I'd really like to make sure
So,
there's an understanding on, because this is it for, like, this language, as far as, everything else, town council can draft and get it right for the board. I mean, this exchange is extraordinary to me. I think this board is very detail-oriented in doing this in a public hearing, but, I'm more accustomed to town council taking care of the window dressing. As far as the substance, we need to understand that this Westport Lakes Drive access issue works from a feasibility perspective. And I'm still unclear, and I don't know if the board sees what we're proposing here, because we did propose surety on what I think you're concerned about. That we would essentially say that that's going to be part of our surety if that's not done. But going back to what I'm hearing here, there's a disconnect, at least there may be a disconnect as to whether it's the entirety of Westport Lakes Drive or whether it's the access definition.
No, I think we're all
Okay,
clear
as
that
long as we're-
people north, the people east of
Okay.
access sites getting,
Not necessarily, but as long as, if it's about the
Not by you,
access
I'm just
drive,
saying
we
they're not
can
getting-
work
they're
on
not being
things to make
considered.
it work from a surety as to this
I
project.
mean, all right.
but I have a problem with that too. That's like it says, the last occupancy permit. And I think the public's concern, or the local concern, and to use their language, is that they're never gonna sell all those lots, and therefore this is gonna be another Westport Drive. So could we, I thought we could maybe qualify it within a certain time, like, i.e. that, the last occupancy permit, or, you know, at the time in which, you know, a lot hasn't been sold for at least a year or 2 years with active marketing. Because if you haven't sold, if you get to 25 of them, and then you don't sell the rest of them, then this never happens. And I would argue that if you've sold 25 of them and you haven't sold the rest of them, and you are actively marketed it for a year or more, you're never gonna sell those, the rest of them, or you may, but I think the road should get finished.
The only thing we're stopping short of before or after the first occupancy permit, so we're talking about before
No, the
we...
last, 8th,
Well, the only thing that's missing on the last is the finish coat.
oh, that's where that's exactly where we are, that is exactly where Westport Lakes Drive.
You're further away on Westport Lakes Drive than just the finish coat. The way I've drafted this is everything's done except for the top coat.
I think I would argue that at one point, that was what the condition of Westport Lakes Road has been, but it has been severely deteriorated
How do
to
we
remove
ensure
multiple
that in
minor
fact
coats.
there is a top coat
Yeah, I mean, I've not done it
on this
way.
drive?
I've not-
If you stop
I
after
wouldn't do it
26 houses instead of
last
38.
occupancy permit, so.
Yeah,
I think a lot of
wouldn't-
this discussion is really unnecessary. I mean, I wouldn't.
So when would you,
I
when,
wouldn't draft it that way. I said to you before, you've indicated your concerns, you've indicated that you want to
Yes,
take the
because
comments
this
and
has
go
mostly to
back.
do with the covenant.
And I've never had it that, I mean, it's creative, but I've never had it that you tie it to the last occupancy permit, completion of the roadway. You have a completed roadway at some point.
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I think you've said enough about, I mean, the applicant's trying to get assurance that they're not gonna get a permit that they're unhappy with, but I think you've exhausted the discussion about it. He's made
Yeah.
proposals, we'll incorporate what's in there, but we're gonna incorporate the town comments as well.
And then
Okay.
they can appeal our decision or not, right?
Yeah,
I think that is an extraordinary waste of everyone's valuable time. I mean, we've spent a lot of time going through this. If the answer is, I haven't seen the planning board comments. I haven't had a conversation with town council about these issues, and I thought we were going to take the last month to really work on this. So if the answer is, we're just going to put in whatever the planning board said, I hope that's
No,
not
we're
the
gonna put
case.
in what I think all of us have discussed, and Attorney Pucci has,
yeah. there's
and
no
he's gonna
mystery.
synthesize something based upon all our discussions, and then we're gonna talk about it even further amongst ourselves,
Right.
if that synthesis of what we thought about is adequately,
Right.
yeah.
There's a certain point that, with due respect, we don't need to hear from them anymore. That was the purpose of this last round. They made their final draft. I didn't touch it. Town commented on it. You received third-party comments on it. You're indicating what your questions and concerns are and what you want accomplished in it. I know what you're saying. I'll draft a final permit for you. In my opinion, except for whatever else substantively you need to discuss tonight, you're ready to close the hearing. Tell me what it is that you want. Is it a approval of conditions, working on the draft, the comments? I'll have it back to you, you deliberate on it.
Right.
And you-
Yeah, along that line, just to clear up, for consistency purposes, what is your understanding of, is it drive or is it road? Let's,
I'm gonna call it one thing throughout, and I'm gonna try to pick out what.
I think we're gonna use
Well,
the
well-
accessory uses, which I think is road, so.
okay, everything, the plan showed road, the assessors records all show road,
Then it's road.
and that's, I think it ought to be road.
Except the people who
Everything
live on
else
it
has
probably
to
say something
drive.
different.
Okay. I got something, I got a comment to B1.
Okay, go ahead.
So it has to do with that prior to the submission of the final plans, you should give us $2,500 in escrow to use to retain experts to review the plans, and that said funds will, and anytime the balance of that falls below $500, you need to top it up, and then at the end of the day, any unspent funds will be returned to you. I would like, maybe, could we put some language in there, is that if there is, because we have a time period to issue the permit, and I think we increased that time period, but could we also say if the applicant delays replenishing their account, so we can't move forward with our review, that the permit gets, our deadline for the permit gets pushed.
Extended.
Attorney Pucci, what deadlines do we have after this?
What?
The permit is 90 days after, well, it was 30 days after the site plan has been given to us. We have to approve
But
it.
our job here, we have a timeline to grant this. or
Right, and
deny
then,
it.
and they have a timeline to give us final plans.
What,
Talking about a different thing here.
they're talking about a different thing.
Yeah, you're talking about just final approval when they're getting a building permit.
When they're getting,
Right.
Typically, your building inspector is the one that you're relying on.
right,
And the
so-
building
but it's not,
inspector
there's,
is a peer
but it's
review.
not, there's not a, the timeline is not,
The
I don't-
timeline
what-
to
Yeah,
any-
it was earlier. It was
Yeah.
Cynthia wanted to change the 90 days. And again, be clear about what you're talking about. You're not talking about issuance of this permit.
Right.
You're talking about in
It's
the end,
in-
when they're
in
going
the
for
end.
building permits, you
Right.
need to make sure that the final plans
Right.
conform with your conditions of approval.
Right.
And the waiver
Right.
decision. But you're not, I would recommend you not be the one doing it. You want your building inspector to be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the building inspector will typically look at it, they'll use a peer reviewer, and they will note any issues back to you that they think have to come back before you.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they'll go ahead. I usually tie it to the building permit process, because that's when you're relying on the person with expertise to look at it
Mm-hmm.
and note any concerns back to you. You're not, I don't think you want to be the one looking at
Nope.
final plans.
No.
It's very.
No, I want to put this to bed when we're done. I'm just worried that if we don't, if they don't replant, like, there had been times before you were involved, attorney, that getting money out of them was a little difficult. I just don't want that to affect our ability to move forward with Ralph issue, building permit if they're dragging their feet replenishing our escrow. That's all. But if you don't think it's a problem, then,
I can add it.
okay.
okay. My next comment is all the way into C, into the.
Okay, and then there's another, I got, hold on. So B6, where it says that no detention basins shall be located closer than 40 feet from any abutting property owned or controlled by a third party. Except that if they're applicant's affiliates. Throughout this hearing, the applicant says that they are no way, Jose, associated with Coastal Harvest. I would like I would like a condition put in here that basically, under no way is Coastal Harvest ever considered anything but controlled by a third party and is never an affiliate, because I don't want them coming back and saying, now they're an affiliate, because we all know there's common names by blood, by marriage, and by work within those two corporations. And I don't want all of a sudden that they've been using this, we're not related, and I don't want them to become an affiliate, and then they can actually have a basin closer than 40 feet from any abutting property.
This is under B6?
Yeah, I took it to heart when Roger said to read this. Thoroughly.
You're going to provide me your.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry.
Well, I'm reluctant for her to have my email address, but I think you're yes.
Can you just delete,
I'm sorry, where was that? And B7? I have it under B7.
No.
Yeah,
B6.
there-
It's B6, it says that
So
no.
what had happened was, town council asked me to do it a certain way, and then I gave a clean copy, and I did a red line copy from the last draft. So there were 3 copies that were submitted to the board. Then the Board of Health provided comments.
Yes.
And I submitted a
That's
4th
fine,
copy.
I'm fine with the 40.
So I just want to, I'm
fine
looking
with the
at
40 feet.
B7.
I'm B6, I'm fine
Okay.
with the 40, the 40
So no
thing.
detention basin, that condition.
Right, I just want to make sure that the applicant doesn't just, because it basically, you can do it if the land is controlled by the applicant or the applicant affiliates. I just want to make sure it's clear that no way ever will
Coastal
anything
Harvest.
Harvest is an applicant
can we just
affiliate, because
delete
you have
applicant
said,
affiliate?
but they could,
Is it-
Yeah, I mean, we could, or we could just say that they're not an affiliate, because that's what they've been saying all along. I just want to make sure it's clear that they're never going to be able to come back and say they're an affiliate.
Okay.
Because they're, as I said, the companies are related by blood, marriage, or business. And then B13, it says that we can issue all the foundation permits at once. Can we issue the foundation permits into phases? This way they have to keep coming back to the building inspector, so if anything goes awry on anything else, it's a stopgap.
So on the phasing, creating a phasing plan is part of the final plan process to actually show how phasing works, because phasing has some technicalities to it that requires planning, because you have to make sure that you would reference 25%. It's ensuring that there are 25% affordable units in each phase. We can't at this point do all the details, so the condition is actually up in,
Now, I'm talking about the foundation permits.
yeah, but you're referencing phasing. So that
Right.
would be a condition of the phasing plan?
No, here it says the applicant obtain all foundation permits at the beginning, and I would just like that the
Within each-
applicant
within-
will obtain foundation permits in accordance with the phasing.
Okay, and then if we reference in accordance with the final phasing plan,
Yeah.
okay.
It's just that it gives another,
fine.
chance that the applicant has to come back to the building inspector, and if something's going awry in the first phase or a second
Yep.
phase between the second and third, it gives a chance for everybody to
That makes
get
sense.
together and correct.
Yep.
What was that?
That was, B13.
Okay. I think I have his
What's your next one, honey?
HOA, C4.
Oh, I'm B16.
Okay.
We're not on a B yet.
Another B. Yeah.
So
Oh, I do
B16,
have something on,
B16, it says, would like to add, which conditions are necessary to ensure protection of local concerns. I'd like to add local health, safety, and environmental concerns, because those are three things that are specifically recited in the mass laws for regional, the denial of a permit. So I just want to say that we're actually doing that for all those reasons. And not just general concerns.
for local, what do you say, health and,
Health, safety, and
I got that.
environmental.
Is that B16, did you
Yeah.
say? Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's, it may just be the way I'm writing it, so, reading it, so when you talk about B16.2 and B16.3, about if you're gonna go to an alternative site, it's unclear to me that, in all instances, if you go somewhere else, that you'll still be Title 5 compliant, which you have to be, but also within this, or a Section 7 maximum of 30 minutes per inch. It doesn't always, does not always, the language isn't consistent there. So,
And then under the same thing, B16.3, they don't have a valid perk test right now. They probably should have got one. It's the driest that it's ever been. They probably could get it in the swamp right now if they wanted one. My cows are standing in the swamp and they're on dry land, so. I will say this, they wanted 60 for the, whatever those numbers are, and we got it down to 30, and I know that there's a thing that says, well, they do have a site, they do have a perk test, and they're gonna do it. Well, that's one of those things. Are they gonna do it? When are they gonna do it? I've asked half a dozen times. But it says feasible. Select the thing that's feasible. Okay,
Feasible,
let's put a
yeah.
number to feasible.
that was my comment here too.
Is it gonna be 50, 40? Are we gonna accept 40, 35? What are we gonna accept? I think feasible is not a number.
I thought we had comments from, oh, didn't we? Or- on this? Yeah, why aren't we talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, right, okay,
What's that?
is that okay?
Yes, because well, you go ahead, because I know we talked about this before, and it was going to be a determination of the, go ahead.
So,
Name and address.
yeah, Phil Weinberg, 1702B Drift Road. So, this came out, what I proposed came
Give us
out.
a short answer to this.
Yeah, it's a short answer. But I just said, so I came out of it because, with this proposal, because I thought that if, for several reasons, but I took the concept of, maximum feasibility because it draws from provision in Title V, which, when you do a septic upgrade, and you can't comply with all the provisions that would apply to new construction, that you come as close as you can to full compliance. And when you look at what are the technical or the engineering issues, and you look at the financial issues. And so the problem that we're facing here is that we don't really know what the information that will come from the subsequent tests will show. And it's possible, and there's a big spread of numbers between 30 and 60, right? And so it was trying to say that if, there was a situation where one perk test was 35 and the other perk test was 37, okay, but to do it, you had to completely develop a totally new pumping system for a huge amount of money for that you would say, okay, well, I guess we'll go with 37 instead of 35. It just makes sense. Or yes, you could do it here, but the engineering situation was very, very difficult. So you wouldn't want to shut the project down. So that's why.
All we want
There's
to know
no
here
number,
is,
there's no right numbers.
should this be a selected site with somebody's approval on that number?
Well, as I understood, what's going to happen is that the board's going to make a decision, and then it's going to come to you guys to come back and decide.
Yeah, that's where it doesn't say, that it's at the maximum extent feasible, select the site with the highest, with the rate closest to the section.
Unless a great rate is approved by the zoning board.
Right, so the board would tell the applicant, this is the site that where you have to locate your system.
Right.
And if they disagreed, they could come to you and make the argument as to why it was.
If they meet 30, they're fine. If not, they got to come back to the zoning board of appeals and say, okay, 37 was okay.
Yes, yes, if they disagreed with our conclusion,
I'm
then
not sure
they
if
would
it
come to
really says
you.
it that way, but it says.
Well, that's the object, right? I mean, I think it says, that we would make a determination.
Rate closest to the section maximum rate, unless a greater rate is approved.
Says with input from the Board of Health.
Well, we're going to
It
get
doesn't
input from the
mention
Board of Health,
anything,
but-
right, but it doesn't mention anything about them coming back here.
They're approved by the zoning board. I think the wording there, and I think that's what,
Yeah.
which,
It's-
it doesn't really say, what we want to say is, if you meet 30, you're fine. If you have to meet 60, so that's not even, that's not even a bone of contention. If it's between 30 and 60, you have to come back to the zoning board of appeals for approval.
I think you have to read all those together, and it does accomplish that.
Yeah, but I think that wording,
Proposal,
and I think Attorney Pucci, you can
Put it
adjust the
together.
wording on that to, to me, it sounds like that the maximum rate, unless a greater rate is approved by the zoning board, doesn't,
This is the only time we get to approve it,
It's-
right? Or-
it's-
So we're not approving it. We're not only
that whole thing about the
We're
maximum
waiving to
extent
30.
feasible, unless, I think that wording is a little funny.
Yeah, was this condition from Phil or from
Yeah.
council?
That was from,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, I think we just need to clean up
And I
the
think-
wording on that. I think you understand what what we're getting at is that if they don't meet the 30, they have to come back to the zoning board of appeal and tell us what their number is, and we will either agree to it or not.
I think, where your explanation of feasible made sense in the context of a single-family property, right? Because I have this property, I gotta upgrade my septic system, but there's no way in hell I can get it to that, right? But this is a new development that is gonna be greatly affecting our aquifer. Therefore, I don't think because if we were agreeing to maximal extent feasible, we might as well just waive section 7 altogether, because,
Okay.
but I
That's
get
fine.
your logic, right? But I think in this context, maybe we didn't appreciate that when you wrote your letter, that you really did state it out nicely.
But when it goes to you, they're gonna have a perk test. They're gonna have a number.
Yeah.
Is this, can we condition that they don't break ground until they have a site?
Mr. Chairman, I just on that point about coming back to the zoning board on anything, that's a little disconnect there.
Yeah, there is, that's what we're saying.
So we had asked for a waiver of this. This was compromise language in lieu of the waiver we had requested.
Right.
And we thought that the Board of Health came up with a good methodology to say, okay, we can waive it, which again, by the way, your local Board of Health bylaw allows for perk tests greater than 30 per minute. So that's all this is saying, is pick the one closest and then with input from the Board of Health. And so that's essentially, to some degree, mirroring your local condition. So it doesn't create a new approval right. If it's 37, we put it where it's 37. If it's 45, we put it where it's 45,
Yeah, so we're,
in consultation with the Board of Health.
yeah, I think we're, in my opinion, I think we're waiving too much. I think we were all in agreement that we really wanted to stick as closely to our section 7 maximum, and we had, good reason for that. So, but it's just, at this point, it's almost like saying, you're just gonna have to, we have a bunch of paragraphs here, but at the end of the day is, you can just have to be consistent with Title V. So, so then it's like, why don't we just give them the waiver? Because that's what may happen anyway, and it could happen anyway just by design, that they just get to the first site or the second site and say, we can't find anything else.
If
So-
you give us the waiver, we can go wherever we want. This provided for a collaborative process and input, and if there were remaining serious concerns, then you'd still have, if there were serious concerns, I think there'd be a remedy through this language. So this was meant as a compromise. I thought it was a good proposal to solve for the board's concern.
So could I say two things? One is that it is important to understand that if the results came in higher than 30, they could apply for an exception. And the criteria for, the reason that I proposed this alternative is I thought that the criteria for the exception was much more difficult to reach a conclusion on than what I thought it was proposed. It had to do with location to a sensitive population and locations next to environmental areas, and I thought that is going to be more difficult to make a decision on than one that really looked at the numbers and looked at the hard facts of the site. But I'm fine if you just say, take out, maximum feasible compliance and just say, we'll just go with the number, whatever it is. And then the applicant can come and make
Yeah.
the case to you why that's wrong. That's not fair.
Yeah, that doesn't work under.
So, but I mean, because that's what you seem to be focused on,
I guess it's this.
rather than going for the waiver, which,
Does the SAS have to be, the site of the SAS has to be determined before the final plan?
Yes, yeah. So
Yes.
you have to come back with the final plan regardless. You're going to see it. and you have to approve the final plans. And if you think there's something, some critical deficiency that makes the project just not work, or your engineer says, hey, 45 doesn't work at this location, they're going to create all sorts of problems, you could withhold your approval then, you know,
Yeah, you
and
could.
say there's a problem.
Yeah, so there's
this.
there's
So I'd prefer-
another mechanism, because this
prefer-
has to be done before the final plan, and if we
Yeah.
were really concerned, we could, as you say, withhold the final plan, or collaborate to find the best solution.
Correct. So which is why I thought this language worked. And
Okay.
again, this language was proposed now, I think, a couple of hearings ago.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure we're checking things off.
And just one other fact to consider is that the longer the perk rate, the more expensive it is to build the SAS, because the longer the perk rate, the bigger the leach field you have to build. So it is in the economic interest of who's ever doing it to build the smallest one that they can, which is, they had, their perk rate for the site plan was 8, and they were able to fit that leach field into that really small space next to the road. I think we both kind of think that that's not going to happen again. And they're going to have to get a big
Build it anywhere, right, on that particular site, not anywhere, just on the particular site.
So, and we have to show you where we're going to put it.
Yeah. So anyway, that's,
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on. Anything before HOAs?
Hold on. Yeah.
Where does the mailbox bank come in?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One, is there any way to put into escrow perhaps a little bit more? There's 38 units, and we have one building inspector or building commissioner that has to go and look at each of these things. I think that might prevent a significant burden to him. I think things may go overlooked. Is there any way we can shore up our building commissioner to make sure that things don't get overlooked? It just seems, you know, most other towns with 40Bs, they're you know, like cities, they're bigger. They have a lot more resources in their building department. Here, we just have one, currently Ralph, and, you know, maybe by the time this is done, Ralph will be retired in Bermuda by then, but it just seems that it's overwhelming our building department system to have to keep track of this.
We've done major,
I don't know how you would typically deal
Okay.
with that, though.
Yeah, this is just, yeah,
I mean, we have done major subdivisions
We
before. It's the
generally only
same.
have one building inspector.
Yeah,
yeah. So,
He did Briggs Landing, and it was bigger than this.
yeah.
so general conditions, there's nowhere, and I think this is where it would be, there's nothing stating about the mailbox issue.
There is a mailbox thing, and
On the west side?
there is a mailbox, and I found it, and then I
You lost it?
lost it again.
And then,
But there is,
C14,
C14.
C14.
I think it is.
C14.
Yes, C14.
Where are they on the plan? That's number one. And they're gonna go in the DOT area? Right now, illegally, mailboxes for Westport Lakes Drive are in that area. And at some point, the post office is gonna say, yeah, I'm not delivering mail anymore.
According to the post office website, the way it works is, and it works for everybody, when you put, there are regulations for where you can put, you know, a mailbox, so that the mail carrier can deliver. Once you put a mailbox on that, and it becomes federal property. It is essentially you are leasing your mailbox to the federal government. That's the reason why you can't put things in there that are not mail, because it actually, the mailbox is actually leased to the federal government. So when they put this coordinated mailbox on, they can put it on 177, it becomes federal property.
What's the safety issue there with that?
It's a whole lot, well,
I think that we should
have a
have
section
something in
law,
writing
drive in,
from the post office.
what's that?
I believe we should have something, everything we've talked about on the postal thing has been by talking to somebody at the post office. I think we should have a document in this file as to what the plan is going to be for mail service.
Well, does it say where they are on the plans? No.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Is it on the west side of the entrance?
Especially where we're talking, putting it out by 177, State Highway.
It says it's on the west side of the entrance to Westport Lake Road at the intersection of Route 177.
And is that from the post office?
No.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
And that's where they're gonna put it.
That, and the post office doesn't agree with it.
Then they can't, then the condition isn't met and they can't,
The whole project is gone?
yep.
Yeah.
I think it's up to the applicant.
Then that's why I'm suggesting there be documentation here, not just what we,
One would think that the applicant would ensure that their project isn't gonna go poof because of mailboxes, and I think that's, that should be an onus on them, not on us.
Oh, they just.
Yeah, if they find out they can't put them there, they'll come back. and
They'll come
ask
back
for
and say,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to do something else.
Post office boxes?
Yeah, that's what they normally do.
why can't we get it in advance? I mean, they know what the project's gonna be, they know what it looks like, why can't we get
So
something in advance?
just.
Because we don't have a
to be
final
clear,
plan yet.
This condition says that the final plan's going to show the detail. And if for whatever reason there's a problem there, you can't put it there, then you're going to say,
Exactly.
hey, wait a second, and that's when the discussion will happen, I think.
So, for C2, can we say, it goes, the applicant shall transfer responsibility for management, maintenance of the project's common areas, infrastructure, stormwater, wastewater. I think I want to call it a wastewater disposal system instead of just wastewater. That's how it's referred to later on, wastewater disposal system, trash removal, snow plowing. I'd like to add landscaping and vegetation control. Because the homeowners association is going to be in charge for landscaping, and I think landscaping, vegetation control are two different
Of the
things.
common areas.
Of the common areas, yeah. In accordance, blah, blah, blah. The applicant shall be responsible for managing the installation, operation, maintenance of all aspects of the project until project turnover. And I'd like to just be clear, including but not limited to stormwater, wastewater disposal system, trash removal, snow plowing, landscaping, and vegetation control. Just make it clear of what all aspects of the project and the project turnover to be mirroring what you're turning over.
That sounds good.
Okay, so we got C3A, operating, maintaining, and repairing all areas to the Pine Ridge Estate, included but not limited to the roads, stormwater management, wastewater disposal systems, landscaping, I suggest, vegetation control, and in particular, but not limited to the intersection of Westport Lakes Drive and Golfview Lane.
I would use that, if we're using that A7 language, the definition of Westport Lakes access.
Okay, move it up there?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can use the defined term, you could say as defined herein.
Okay.
And I believe that there's a condition elsewhere that actually does recite that, but you're right. I mean, that needs to be covered.
Yeah, I mean, D says the annual inspection clearing as needed of all vegetation and brush at the entrance exits along and to Westport Lakes Drive.
And then for B, it says ensuring payments of the funds of each homeowner for operation and maintenance, repair of the stormwater management system. I think we should add, and the wastewater disposal system.
I think that was a comment.
comment, yeah. It was
Board
a-
of Health, and I had
yeah.
added that in a subsequent draft.
This is the clean draft, so I didn't even bother looking at the markups.
Yeah, so I
It's
had
fitting.
made those changes, and there were a few other
This was the
cleanups
clean
that-
version that you sent us.
And then,
It wasn't
and then the
there.
Board of Health made that
with-
comment subsequent, and
We
then
made
there
it
were,
twice in B, N, and C.
In
Yeah.
C, yeah.
yeah.
What did you just decide a moment ago on the, access area?
I think the comment was about continuing cleaning of vegetation within the right-of-way of Westport Lakes Drive,
Yeah. Whose responsibility, though?
that the HOA for this project,
Gets the, where it hit, where Golfview Lane goes into Westport Lakes.
correct, yes, yeah.
And then the other thing is, which hasn't been noted, is that I believe, and our Board of Health representative can confirm, since we're putting a denitrification system in, isn't there annual inspections required for denite systems?
That's state law, again, like, all that is very.
Shouldn't we say that the home?
No.
We can't, no, I'm talking about the funding of the homeowners association. Ensuring payments to ensure, I guess it's the maintenance of the the wastewater, that would be included in the maintenance of this disposal.
So I think,
Okay, I'm good.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
I just, the budget is subject to review.
Yeah.
Before it gets finalized,
And
and the HOA documents.
No, but it would go under maintenance, because that's satisfactory. I was just making sure that we were thinking about those things that need to
Yep.
get done. And then D says annual inspection and clearing is needed to involve vegetation and brush at the entrance along and to Westport Lakes Drive. I guess, who does that, and how do we make sure it gets done, and how to document that it gets done?
It's an enforcement issue. If someone says there's an issue, it's a condition in this permit, and it's also ultimately a condition in the Westport Lakes Drive covenants, or the
So-
Westport Lakes Drive HOA, and,
Yeah, so the Westport Lakes Drive residents could say, make a complaint and saying the vegetation isn't being cleared, and then the town would have to enforce that on the homeowners
yeah,
association.
well, and then there'd be some sharing of obligation there. It's not that this homeowners association's doing all of it, it's that we would cause them to share in the cost of getting that done, or we'd compel them to do it.
Oh, this is not about Westport Lakes Drive, this is about your homeowner, this is about Pine Ridge Estates Homeowners Association, that they're required to do all of it, annual inspection and clearing of the entrances and exits along and to Westport, so that's Gulfview Lane.
Okay,
I want to say, who's enforces that, and how do we ensure that is getting done?
right. Someone would have to report it,
So somebody at either in the Westport
Complain.
Lakes neighborhood or in the Pine Ridge Estate would complain,
right,
and then, or bring it to their homeowners association in first instance.
right.
Okay. And then C4, it says, according to, upon project turnover, 25% of the board is affordable units, except, of course, if nobody wants to volunteer, and no one likes to volunteer for those. Could we put a condition, or maybe it's implied, that the homeowners association assesses the percentage of the board of trustee members consisting of the owners of the affordable units every time there's a turnover of board members? So I got, in the first instance, let's say none of the affordable unit folks wants to join the board of trustees, and then time goes on, and every year they have their elections. I just would like a condition that it actually gets reassessed every year to make sure that they can get, to whatever extent feasible, get to 25%. Because there might be somebody who says no in the first instance, but later on might want to join.
So I would just suggest that ultimately the HOA documents would prescribe a mechanism, and you would get to review that, and that's where that should live, as
Okay.
opposed to a condition in this permit.
Okay. Maybe there is a condition that we get to review.
Maybe 1 year, or
Okay,
maybe 2 years, or maybe.
yeah. It's just that,
Yep.
sometimes if you don't ask, they don't want to say yes, but in the first instance, they may say no, but maybe after a couple of years,
after a couple years,
they
right.
feel they want to be representative, and I don't want that provision to get diluted out.
there's one thing in this HOA that I see that's, maybe I didn't find it, but I find it missing. No, how do I- Anyway, it talks an awful lot about, at project turnover. When you get to 75% of occupancy, what it doesn't say is what happens before that, as far as what the homeowners are, that the homeowners have to pay into the HOA account at some rate before the turnover, because it talks mostly about turnover stuff. What we talked about before is that even from the very beginning, homeowners pay 1/38 of the estimated budget for all that work.
Right.
And they only pay 1/38. And
Right.
and that goes into it doesn't, there's nothing in here that says anything
Well,
like that.
that's, I mean, it's inherent. You're going to review the HOA bylaws and the budget before it gets recorded. And once it's recorded, I mean, it can expressly say that.
I mean, it would be a simple thing and just to hear to just say that all of the homeowners are responsible for 1/38 of the budget.
Does it say that?
It doesn't say that anywhere.
Where's the
I thought
budget?
it did, actually, when,
I thought that I saw it somewhere.
HOA shall provide for all homeowners in the HOA. Yeah, I suppose,
I think it's under about three-quarters of the way down.
Now, that 1/30th is the replacement time window.
Okay,
yeah, it doesn't say at the start that they're at.
That was for the major,
I got you.
I mean, it's essentially, you're saying all homeowners would have a 1/38th interest in the HOA, and that necessarily makes their contribution rate 1/38th. I would prefer for you to raise that when the board is reviewing the HOA documents, to see how that's spelled out in there, because we could draft the HOA documents into this, and I don't think we want to start going down that road, because then it's
no,
just
but
where...
what I don't want to get to anybody get the impression is that the first 3 houses are going to pay for everything.
Oh, pay
And
nothing.
it doesn't, and
Yeah,
there's
and
nothing
that-
in here that even alludes to that.
I just think it's...
It talks an awful lot about when you have project turnover, which is fine. I
Right.
have no problem with
Prior to
that.
project
Prior
turnover,
to the project
each
turnover,
homeowner shall be
who's paying
responsible
what?
for no greater than 1/38th of
Yes.
their interest in the budget.
Yeah, something.
We could add that.
And I think it said that there's nothing here, and I think maybe it's in the homeowner documents or even in the sales documents, that as soon as someone buys a house and gets occupancy and closes on it, they start putting money into the account. I think that's what Roger is
Right.
thinking about. But those are in the homeowners association documents, as well as the conditions of sale and all that stuff,
Correct,
right?
right.
Right.
But to add that one sentence, to
Yeah.
say, upon sale of a lot, the buying homeowner shall become responsible for no greater than 1/38th. And your concern is that we stick them with the whole...
Right.
Got it, okay.
Okay.
Or the other way around, where they feel they don't have to pay anything.
Right,
Yes.
yep. Okay.
And then, in I, when it comes to the capital accounts for maintaining the stormwater and the septic system, it says for the maintenance and repair of the septic system's leaching field. What about the rest of the system?
The leaching field is the component that, so 2 things. One, Title V provides for replacement reserves in budgeting as well. There's requirements under Title V, but generally, this is for the major component to ensure that the thing that would most likely go first has replacement reserves that would go in 30 years.
Right, but I think another major component of the system is the pumps that are getting it to the, who's responsible for the
So
pump?
pumps are going to go before, this is a long-term capital reserve. A pump could last 7 years. That's more of a repair and maintenance I don't think that's as, that's as critical of a component. I think the concern that triggered this condition over and above the conditions that are under Title V anyway is that the town has concerns about common wastewater systems. And we're providing for a more robust capital replacement requirement, and it's not every component. We had to draw the line somewhere. And we're saying that that's the biggest one, and that's the one that would create the biggest concern. So it's appropriate to draw the line there versus, you could keep going with it and.
I think, yeah.
Phil had.
Keep going. Keep going. Phil wants.
No,
sort of
if
make
the
it-
Board of Health has a comment on the subject, I'd love to hear it. It's just, I think Title V requires, as he'll point out, Title V requires that these types of common systems have budgetary requirements.
Yeah, so, and this relates a little bit back to another comment you made. So, this is defined as a shared system, and the regulation requires financial assurance for the shared system. Now, just expressing my opinion, I think that if you looked at the common components of the system and the pumping, and the pumps and the leach field,
And the holding tanks.
well,
The holding tanks are at the houses?
yeah, so that is the thing, because how, because, and it relates to a comment you made earlier, which is, are those the responsibility for the individual lot owners? Or is that responsibility of the, part of this, quote, shared system? In the, and I didn't want to get into that here because it was, just too,
It's tricky because if you make it part of the homeowners association, then you ensure that everybody keeps their system running optimally,
yes,
right? But you could also make that part of, if you take it outside and put it in the purview of the homeowners has to pay it when
Right.
theirs go, then
right,
the homeowner document should say you have to repair it, but then but what happens when you get a homeowner who says, I can't afford to replace my tank?
right. So there's a requirement, right.
It puts the whole system at risk, doesn't it?
No, they lose their occupancy. The individual house would lose their occupancy. So
Oh,
Do you kick somebody out of their house because their septic system isn't working?
well, it's not, quote, well, you probably, the way this is set up, I'm not quite sure what not working would mean, but for example, our regulation requires, for the first 2 years, you have to test your denitrification system. Okay? So, one logical way to do that would be for the homeowners association to hire a company that would come in and test everybody's system when, but, or you could just make it the individual's responsibilities. You're supposed to pump your system, your septic tank every 3 years. Again, is that an individual responsibility, or is that a homeowners association responsibility?
I mean, it's tricky because if those things don't get done, it does put the leaching field at risk, right?
I don't know that, that's like an engineering issue, and I don't know the answer to that. It could, if they didn't pump, it could if they didn't pump out their septic tank, it could result in just wastewater backing up into their house. I'm not sure that it would, compromise the entire system. It was, the objective was to get it in this document, and then when the applicant applied for the first systems to go in, or in anticipation of that we would have this conversation. What do you have to cover?
I guess I was, I guess, confused. I thought, like, so the only thing that's really a comment is the leaching field, and everybody else has a self-contained denite system and type, the holding tank on their property.
Right. So the septic tank's going to hold the D-Nite technology. And then, again, I wasn't really sure how much of this was going to be gravity-fed and how much was going to be pumped, and we probably don't even know where the leach field is going to be now.
So you don't know exactly,
You know, so but it's a Title V issue that says that that there has to be surety that's going to be
For the leaching
provided.
field, that's the only.
It doesn't say leach field, it says for the system, for the shared system. And at least in my, term on the board, we really actually haven't had one of these
Yeah.
issues to work through. And so, and I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole in just making
So could
these
we say
comments
that the capital account has to have maintenance repair for the project septic system in accordance with Title V?
Yeah, I think I just parroted the waste disposal system. I did not say for the leaching field. I think that was a change that was made in this last
Okay.
iteration. So I left it open, and yeah, that's where it was
Okay.
from my perspective.
Bill, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You just mentioned amongst the expenditures for, upkeep and so forth, and you mentioned about the testing
Right.
for the D-Nite systems, and you said that was a requirement for the first 2 years, something like
Right.
that. And I just want to clarify where that's at. Is that a Title V situation, or one of the representatives of one of the D-Nite systems told me that that's not a requirement, that's a Westport requirement. He said very few towns require this 2-year testing.
Right.
So is it a town thing? Because
It's in our local bylaw.
It's a town
Yeah.
thing, so
Yes.
so it may not apply to this 40B.
But we can make it apply.
So I would just suggest we're offering to comply with the D-Nite local bylaw.
Right.
The testing regimen, those systems come with their own, like, continuing maintenance and testing requirements, so we would just comply with the requirement for the D-Nite system. It says it has to be monitored, it says it has to be tested, just in the manual.
But when we're talking
Yeah.
about the homeowners association, we're not talking about minor money here. It used to be like $200.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
it's $400 a year, and that's
Right.
only in the last couple of years.
Right.
So
Well, you have to
that's not-
separate, so I think it's DEP who permits the system. I think all their approvals require like like a maintenance piece of it. Our local bylaw, sets a performance standard for the testing to see what level of nitrogen it is. And so it's that testing part of it, which is local, I believe.
But
I don't
we have
think,
local has no control over the cost of that.
That's true.
Manufacturers can charge whatever they want.
right, I mean, that's true. I mean, obviously, the intention is, and maybe the homeowner would want to, that the contractor who put in the system that the system's actually working. They spent the money for it. The way you know if the system's working is to test it. And so that was the idea. And if it's not working, then it's up to the manufacturer to get it to work. And so, and to achieve the environmental outcome that we want. I mean, just to put it in context. So if you take the number of homes and the number, it's almost 9,000 gallons, almost 10,000 gallons a year a day that's being generated. If you multiply that by 365 days, it's like 3 million gallons a year of wastewater. And it's a really good thing that they'll have D-night.
My only concern is that we be aware that it's not minor money, especially for the affordable.
So that will be worked out in
Yes.
the budget, and the budget will be reviewed, and it has to comply with the capital reserve requirements here and the shared system surety requirements under Title V. That's the proposal before the board.
Would the developer be the one to determine which system, which D-night system, which manufacturer?
Yes, as long as it meets the town standard, because we did agree to meet the town
All right,
standard.
then
Right.
I think that if that's the case, you should give some consideration to this testing, because it's every year. And he said first 2 years, but I had the impression
It
that
is every year, but
Well,
we're looking at that.
every year, right?
It's whatever, so Title V does have nitrogen reduction provisions in it for when it's a nitrogen-sensitive area. So we'll comply with whatever the Title V requirements are. The budget will play this out as far as exactly who's paying for what, because again, we don't know the final configuration, but generally, the common system is anything in the street. And the tank and anything short of the street is the homeowner. And when the homeowner buys the house, they're going to see that there's things to maintain, just like anybody buying a house. And if they can afford the house with the maintenance requirements, they'll buy it. And that all gets played in. For the affordables, the purchase price is reduced by the amount of the pay-in for the budget. So it's all accounted for. So that's the proposal.
Okay, and then there's G in that same section, I went to, it says all accessory structures shall, to be constructed in accordance with the Westport zoning laws as amended. I don't know if that means as we amended the zoning as we amended them herein, or as amended when?
Which section are you in?
I would delete
G,
this, I would delete this.
C4G.
I would delete this based on the other revisions that town council had made. So, as proposed now, there are no accessory structures. If
Okay.
somebody wants to be the first to try that before the board, then we'll let them deal with it. But I don't think we need to.
That's accessory dwelling units. We're talking about accessory structures, which would be a shed, and I don't
Right.
think are we precluding sheds as well, Attorney Pucci? Okay,
Yeah, I mean, if you are,
Okay.
if you want
yeah,
to.
I think the rest of it prohibits that.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's typical for homeowners not to have sheds, and, I mean, you'll probably have that in your bylaws anyway, that there's no sheds.
It depends on. I mean, I think it's overly restrictive. I think some boards say, look, if somebody wants to have a tool shed in their backyard, it's not the end of the world. I think for purposes of this permit,
Well, if they're less than 100 square feet, you don't need a permit, so they can put it up.
that might be the case too. Then anything's going to be less than 100 square feet. So do we need this in here?
What? 200, whatever, yeah,
200 square
200.
feet.
All right, so then actually, I would leave this in here, because if somebody does something like a doghouse, you know?
Yeah.
If somebody puts a doghouse in, it's not a zoning issue. If it's a small tool shed that doesn't require a building permit,
But again, it doesn't say what zoning laws, bylaws as amended means. That's what my initial concern was, what does Westport zoning bylaws as amended?
Yeah, I wouldn't have, there's no way I put that in there, but it doesn't sound like something I'd say, but you're gonna send me your markup, you've confirmed, right?
Yes.
All right.
And I like the idea that, it has to be, any accessory sections should be in the backyard.
I think the HOA documents would cover that as well. The HOA is not going to allow things in the front yard.
What? The flamingos? And then in J, the same section, I think to be consistent with our recommendations from the Board of Health, it says that you prohibited of using funds, right? And it says the construction of a new stormwater management system, and I think we should also include in wastewater disposal system.
Yeah, that change was made in the
Okay.
subsequent version I sent.
And then N has the aberrant, extraneous condominium trust.
Can I raise M? I had sent a follow-up email to town council. I wasn't sure at what point town council was going to be doing the window dressing on this, so I noted, so for a site like this, I don't think we need no parking signs. I think the HOA is going to restrict parking. If parking becomes a problem, I think the idea I was thinking was to strike the signage and just say vehicle parking within the site shall be limited to marked parking spaces only to the extent they're available on the final plans. But generally, this is just driveway parking.
But, and somewhere else it says there's no on-street parking.
Correct. So I think we just don't need signage. The HOA can say, yeah, you don't want, it's kind of, it's more urban to have a no parking sign. So I would strike the no parking signs installation.
But then it says marked parking, so I think the whole thing has to go. Vehicle parking within the site shall be limited to
I
marked
mean,
parking.
maybe change
Marked
mark-
parking areas, maybe
Maybe change-
as in accordance with the plan.
That's fine. Or I was just going to say in authorized parking areas only, which is people's houses.
Yeah.
And as you pointed out, there's no on-street parking elsewhere.
And then in N, there's, in regulation adopted by the condominium trust. There is
Oh,
no
you
con-
caught that one, huh?
Yeah, I did.
All right. I had sent that email to town council as well.
And then, it says that there should be a, it refers to a snow storage and disposal area, but it never says where that's gonna be. Is it gonna be on the, can we request that the snow storage and disposal, the area should be marked on the plan, right? And that, I don't think that's a condition of the plan anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, generally for a site like this, that's for sort of larger parking lots where you push a whole parking lot and you get a big pile. But I think to the extent we want to mark those, it wouldn't hurt to just.
Where are you
throw-
gonna put the snow, actually?
It's just push it off the side. We have, if you look at the arrangement, I mean, the street, there's enough room there. But I think we can mark, if there is snow removal required, if we have like a 2015 snow season, then we can mark a couple areas for that. I think the key for this was don't put it, generally you don't want to put more water on the leaching fields than you need.
Yeah. And then sometimes, then this is a comment sort of like the drive and the road area. Sometimes you just require it, you just sort of refer to the board. And I think we should, for clarity, it should always be ZBA or the zoning board of appeals, because then we don't, like, it says ZBA in some spots, then it says zoning board of appeals in some spots, and then sometimes it just says the board. And I just think we should be consistent.
Yeah.
That is not just an extraneous board, it's us. And then the, I'm down to D4, you got anything else before that, anybody? So when it talks about local preference criteria, C, D4C, it says employees of local businesses, I get that. Employees or businesses located in the municipality? Well, employees located in the municipality are employees of local businesses, and can a business own a house here? Right? I mean, one would argue that a business doesn't buy a house, a person does. especially when it's an affordable house, because you have to qualify under affordable thing. So could we just say employees of local businesses and strike the rest? And would it be fair to say owners of local businesses as well? That may not live in the town already? As long as they comply with the, I guess, you know, you can own a small shop and still fall within the.
I think that "or" was probably at one point an "of," because I think you could.
But then it's like employees of local businesses, employees of local businesses. Then it's redundant then.
Well, located in the municipality, so you got employees of local businesses. A local business could be Westport adjacent. And then the next clause would be more specific, local businesses or businesses located in the municipality. I think, again, you know, I think we're fine with any local preference that satisfies ultimately, the local preference is going to be spelled out in the lottery, the affordable housing lottery, so that spells out exactly how that's done. And I think that's noted in the maximum extent permitted by law, so all
Okay,
that's.
so I get that, so employees of local businesses, the local could mean outside the municipality, employees of businesses located in the municipality, and can we say employees or owners of businesses located in the municipality?
Sure, yeah. Yep, you might have a small business that would qualify, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or that person, yeah. Yeah, you could probably qualify.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask, did we deal with the issue of short-term rentals
Yes.
in here, and we prohibited?
No, we didn't.
No.
I don't think we prohibited that.
No, he says it
Okay,
can't.
well, I'm not talking about the affordable units now, I'm talking about the
Yeah.
market
Yeah.
units. Did we address that?
No.
No, but I can.
Well, I think that's super important, because
You have a-
we just went through a whole issue 2 years ago, 3 years ago
Yeah.
about this.
Is there a local bylaw on point?
And
A
No,
local bylaw for short-term rentals.
yeah, we allow it, but I think you're trying to say that maybe we shouldn't, but that was what had happened, that
That's
there was
correct.
a subdivision who didn't allow it, and yet it was being done,
Right.
and they came to us as a zoning issue, and they really should have enforced they should have enforced their own homeowners association.
Yeah.
So is your homeowner association, I think that's, we should address
Does
this
the
in the
homeowners association allow short-term rentals?
Yes, and I think that,
I'm okay with you conditioning it.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is, it's come up recently for me in other matters, including Falmouth and Nantucket. And I think that where you tie it in, that it's reasonable, remember, your conditions have to be reasonable
Right.
based on local concerns.
I think
And where it comes in for me is.
they're small lots.
No, it comes in because affordable units are not allowed
Yeah,
to do it.
they can't
Right.
rent.
And so to remove the,
Bias.
or the stigma, you
Right.
make it across the board. In other
Yeah.
words, so that just like you can't have different finishes that show affordable versus market
Right.
rate units from the outside.
They should not, yeah, if they're precluded, then everybody should be precluded.
Everybody should be. And in my opinion, I think that that's a legal
Okay.
and reasonable condition.
Yeah.
Okay, related question, can any of these market rate units be purchased by a corporation, by a non-natural person?
No, they have to,
Wait,
that is-
why?
they can't, because they have to show that they're within the income range.
No, the market.
No, I said the
Yeah, there's
non-affordable.
no restriction on the sale of the house.
How would we restrict short-term rental? Would it go in the HOA document, or?
No, I just said that, where I justify it, and it's a new issue. Where I justify it is if the affordable units will not be able to do it.
Right.
So arguably, the market rate should not be able to do it either because it distinguishes
Yes.
between market rate and affordable.
Right.
Okay, yep.
And that's where I think your condition is entirely reasonable to just prohibit it across the board at this 40B.
It does.
you defining-
C1, right?
So
C1
define
is,
the paragraph here
yeah.
that It's got to go in some paragraph.
They added.
Yeah, C1 says, "All residential units approved under its comprehensive permit shall be for homeownership only in perpetuity and shall not be converted to rental units without approval." And I think we should just say, including short-term rentals, right?
So I just want to, because the definition of short-term rental varies from municipality to municipality. Boston regulates it differently than some of the other
You
season
use the
towns.
state version.
So
of the definition.
I'm actually unclear that there is a state version.
Yes, there's a state version of a
State
short-term
definition of
rental.
what a short-term rental is, 30 days.
Oh, okay, so 30 days, that's actually what I was getting at. Is it the 30 days where the, okay, so not shorter than 30 days?
It's 30 days for,
Shorter than 30 days.
It's
It can't be long-
short-term.
But you can do longer than 30 days.
Longer that becomes.
But here it says you
Okay.
can't do anything, because it says shall not be converted to rental units.
is that in D1?
C1,
Oh, C1, okay.
all residential units, I'm reading C1, all residential units approved under the comprehensive permit shall be for home ownership only in perpetuity and shall not be converted to rental units.
Yeah, so
Without
that,
approval as a modification of this comprehensive permit.
that
I just-
condition prevents the developer from turning this into a rental development. If a homeowner wants to rent their home, just like any other homeowner, they can rent it. That's
But not for
what that
short-term.
condition.
So, yeah.
But not turn it into an Airbnb. And I think, I mean, that's generally condos and more often than not.
Prevents it, yeah.
It adds to quality of life.
Tight pack.
And to have the HOA put some reasonable limitations on short-term rentals, not, no less than 30-day rental, I don't think that's
Yeah.
unreasonable. Yeah.
No, what you say is that you can't do short-term rentals at all.
You can do, yeah, short-term rental being defined as less than 30 days.
Okay, less than 30 days.
Correct.
Right.
But if I want to rent my house out for 30 days, I can do that, or 31 days.
We do have a town bylaw now that defines, that defines a short-term rental, so,
And and the way we define it is the exact definition of the states.
Okay.
well,
So we have to comply with the state law.
Can I,
well, the state has a different reason for it. They define it as
Tax.
to know when the tax revenue
Right.
comes in for it, so I wouldn't want to tie it to the state.
So where is it? Is it a general bylaw? Where do you define?
It's in the zoning bylaw. Well, actually, it's in both.
It's in
Because
general and zoning?
the state has identified that short-term rental is a business. So there is a business aspect to this, which is in the general bylaw.
Yeah,
And there is a zoning part of it that's in the zoning bylaw.
that's new.
And it's new this year.
so can an affordable, somebody that owns an affordable unit, can they,
They can't rent under the conditions
no,
at
I'm
all.
not talking about short-term, can they rent?
No.
They can lease
Short-term,
it.
no, they can't short-term, long-term release it.
Why can't they lease it?
It's homeownership.
That's,
It's homeowners, the whole point of getting that,
what's that?
This is a homeownership.
Oh, it's a home ownership thing. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, right, okay.
I mean, they can come back for modification, but it's a change.
And that's why when they sell it, it's also sold as a low-income unit, and it's
We're
priced
talking about
according.
a few different things,
Yeah.
but I see what you're saying.
Anything else in D?
The next thing I have is like F7.
I got E1. It says this, again, you might have added this in G1 where it says stormwater management facilities, the installation of roadway stormwater management facilities, put the wastewater management facility in there as well.
That was added.
Yeah. And then in E2, can we add a provision that a time certain that residents of Westport Lake Drive will be notified if any port or road, anytime access to any of Westport Lake Drive will be restricted for a certain period of time? Let's say it's got to be blocked for a couple hours on a day because you're bringing in some big machinery and it's going to take a while to make that turn. Can we provide that the residents of Westport Lake Drive get 72 hours notice for any restricted access to their road for more than, 30 minutes to an hour, or,
So, yeah, I think that's fine, because a lot of towns have bylaws on that, and it usually finds its way into the O&M plan, and it does, as you noted, talk about, town regulations that govern blocking of roads. So,
I
yeah,
hate it when I go up Main Road.
Usually there's-
Town's doing it, and they go all the way up Main Road, and you don't know it's blocked until you
Yeah.
get to the block.
But it does say that the applicant at all times shall make reasonable means to communicate with and minimize inconvenience to
Yeah,
residents.
so I think when it comes to blocking the road, like.
Well, that would
for-
be a-
Yeah, but I just wanted to add something more particular, because I don't want to have to come home and trying to get to my house, and I gotta sit there for an hour and a half. Because, this big thing is trying to turn in, right? And they gotta do a 97 million
Right.
point turn. And then the other thing with E3, I don't think the hours for construction is consistent with our bylaws, but I'm not sure. I
I
couldn't.
had asked you that last hearing. I said, that was a notation I had. Is this?
And, because I just did a quick search, and it wouldn't get me to our bylaws, but I got the AI version of it, and ours is Monday to Friday, 7 AM to 6:30 PM, Saturday, 7 AM to 5 PM, and outside construction activity is limited from 8 AM to 3 PM, and interior can do the other things. So I just put what I found, and maybe we can make sure that's correct. I would just like to keep it inconsistent with our town's zoning laws, that construction is only between 8 and 3, outside construction.
so when you say outside construction, you're talking about site work as well?
I think that is,
Yeah, so
that's our zoning law.
there's a zoning bylaw on that point. So,
I don't know if it's zoning, it's somewhere, we have a rule of when construction can occur in this town. I think all towns do. And the best that I could find was there was no outside construction from 8 to 3.
Okay, see, now,
I don't know if that's
I'm
true,
under the
because I couldn't find the right,
I believe it's 7 AM, but that's.
I think it's any construction that could be inside, but outside construction, it seems to be limited. So, but again, I just want to clarify it to be consistent with our bylaws, either town bylaws or zoning bylaws. So yeah, I got somebody starting at 7 o'clock every morning lately, but.
I can just say that we had a recent incident, and supposedly, the town required the person to not start before 7 AM. That was something.
I just,
Maybe
again, I
they
didn't,
picked it
just
out
want to
of the
make,
air,
I just want to make it consistent with their zoning, or not our zoning, our bylaws. And we'll-
is that is that same condition applies to Briggs Landing and the other developments
I don't
that have been?
I think it's any sort of, I don't know what the right one is. Wasn't able to find it.
Is there a specific
But I wanna
area
make sure-
time that you'd be concerned about?
The morning usually for starting in the morning.
Is you-
Okay, because like I say, I believe it's 7.
He believes it's 7,
All right,
I
if
found
that's
8.
that's what I thought.
Right, but I just want to but if it is 8, I want it to be 8.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think,
think it's 7, I think it's 7.
whatever the town requirement is on that, because I don't think we had asked for a waiver of that anyways, and if other projects have been built in town with whatever the
Okay.
town requirement is, then
yeah,
I would
exactly, you're not
imagine-
asking for a waiver, so therefore you have to comply. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but they don't have to comply if what you have in here is less restrictive.
So I think
You don't have to.
we're okay
You're not asking for,
matching,
it's not an express waiver, right?
we're okay
Oh,
matching.
You would have
We
to-
just gotta, I
You
think,
gotta check, you gotta check.
can you
it.
figure that, can you find that out
I
from,
think we should look at it.
Ralph?
I think it's not I think it's not.
From the
a
building
town
department?
bylaw, It's a
no,
town.
no.
It's,
Like, we're gonna make sure that whatever is in
Right,
here
right.
complies with our local ordinances, and I just wanna know what the local ordinances is.
your zoning bylaw and stuff isn't online?
It is, but I don't think that was in the zoning bylaw, it might just be in an order, like
It's probably determined by the building inspector when he's
No,
applying for
it typically is a regular.
7 AM to 6 PM, or before 7 or after 6 is Westport.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Monday
Not
through
before
Friday?
7 AM and not after 6 PM.
And then Saturday is,
Hold on, I only got a part of it here.
where you're finding that?
Westport Well, it says URL not found now, so
Yeah, they're redoing the website, so. it's
I think
been a-
whatever, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Noticed that a couple times.
That's why I was having some hard time looking for that, because
Yeah,
yeah.
that might-
All right, we'll get that.
But we'll just get that, and then maybe when you get it from Odette or whoever, then you just send it to the.
Yeah. I think we're okay with that, because it.
I just want to make sure it's
generally-
consistent. I
Right.
just- And then it says E6, that the gravel should be tested in the backfill. I go, I guess, how and when does that occur?
That's in the operation and maintenance plan. There are standard testing
Okay.
regimens for transportation of fill.
It does refer to a ZBA consulting engineer, so I'm not sure what that is, because we don't have
So I
one.
think the operations and maintenance plan would get reviewed, and it would spell out those details.
So, and then there's E7, it says, construction vehicles and vehicles of construction workers shall be parked on the site, off Golfview Lane and Pine Ridge Road. What's Pine Ridge Road? Is that the big road that's up in? And I think we should also specify Westport Lakes Drive too. I don't know, what's Pine Ridge Road?
Yeah, that's the main.
The new road?
subdivision road, and the idea was that there would be a staging area at all times.
But I think we should include Westport Lakes Road in there too. 'Cause
Yeah. that's
Why
fine.
would you do that?
You don't want the construction workers parking on Westport Lakes Road, do you?
No, and what did you just say?
I just said we have to include that. They don't, it doesn't, it says that you don't, they should be parked on site and off Golfview Lane and Pine Ridge Road. But I think they should be off of Westport Lake Road as well.
Now, what are you referring?
E7. You
How are
can't,
you defining the off?
they can't, well, I didn't define the off, that, you can ask him.
E7, just,
Shall not be parked on Westport Lakes Road.
these are construction.
Shall be parked on the site and off.
Or so we say not, and maybe it should say not.
Not on, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just the opposite of what you're reading.
Yeah, not on.
Golf, yeah. Westport Lakes Road and Pine Ridge Road. I just don't want everybody parking down on Westport Lakes Road. And I'm sure those residents don't want that either.
And actually, you're right, it should be not on all of them, because off also kind of implies you.
Well,
could
off the
park
side of,
off
off the side of the road.
Yeah.
That's how I read
Half
it.
on, half off.
Yeah.
Okay. And then F, you got F, so,
F5?
yes. We
F5.
think alike, don't we?
The applicant and following the project turnover as defined by the HOA shall clear vegetation or shall cause the owner of Westport Lakes Drive to clear vegetation. Sounds like nobody's going to do it.
Yeah.
See, I mean, we either,
Somebody's got to do it. It's either the owner or the owner of Westport Lakes Drive. So
Um,
if we go out there and he says, don't touch it, then we have to sue him and get him to do it. There's no intent to shirk the duty here. You could use the passive voice. You could say, vegetation shall be cleared and not have a name and not do the,
yeah, because this is how do you force, and it comes twice in the same paragraph.
if you use, you could just say vegetation shall be cleared if you want to redraft and use the passive voice. And then however it happens, it doesn't matter.
What paragraph are you?
F5.
Five.
F5. I think the more general you make it, the less likely it's going to get done.
And then it says additionally, the applicant shall cause the owner of Westport Lakes Drive to trim vegetation within that laid out of Westport Lakes Drive sufficient to maintain sight lawn
Yeah,
and paved. Yeah.
It appears twice.
What does that mean? In that same paragraph, consistent with Figure 1, titled Site Triangle Plan. It means the building site, doesn't it?
No, the traffic study.
Yes, but I'm saying the site triangle for the traffic study, then maybe that's what that means.
It's in the traffic study, yeah. And it's dated February 7th, 2025.
Is that it, Roger?
I'm good.
Yeah,
Anything else, Kenny?
Roger, after this, make sure I get your markup.
Yep.
And I guess it was something we talked about earlier, is time to completion and when does turnover, happen? Like, does it just go on and on? So no perpetual, but can we can't require the turnover happening at a certain time, right? Only the 75%. Like, what if they ever get it, like, I think that's what happened at Westport Lakes Drive, was that it never got to the turnover number, and therefore it's never
missed it, and
returned.
they never turn over, and the
Yeah, but it's hard, it's hard to track down a developer, as we've noted.
Yeah,
I mean, there is a surety
I
section.
can look into it for you, but I've not changed that, but
No. It's just, then trying to just to kind of not repeat history,
yeah.
not assume that we're not, we're not saying you are gonna repeat history. We just wanna make it, I think, address the concerns we've heard from neighbors.
I know there's a surety section here.
Yes,
Can you review this with,
that's what I'm gonna do.
with Jim Hartnett
Yes,
and come up with
Yeah.
with something appropriate?
yep.
So I would just suggest, like, surety is critical. We've had this language available for a while now. I would really ask to see any comments that the planning board or the town planner or anybody has provided on the issue of surety. Because I just, are you aware of any comments that were made, or is there any
Yeah.
insufficiency in here?
Yeah, I'm aware of comments.
And can you share those with the applicant?
Yeah, absolutely, but we would have to keep the hearing open.
Again, this draft has been available for 3
I
months.
don't care. I just got the comments from the town administrator. I don't care. You want to close the hearing? Close it. I'm ready to finalize the decision. I don't care how long you've had that to me.
Well, if it's the
We
town's money.
will wait for comments from the town, and I just got them. And if you think I'm going to ignore comments from the town administrator as to surety, you're crazy.
we're-
So either keep the hearing open, or we close tonight, you don't see them.
And we're not in the position to push, we don't have authority over the town administrator. We
Yes,
actually.
you do.
We do. Yes,
You're
we
the
do.
town administrator.
Yes.
Well, we got comments, and I agree with Attorney Pucci.
So
There's been a lot of delays on everybody's part, so don't even go to the fact that we're delaying this decision and markups, because there have been many other delays caused by the applicant. So let's just work with what we have.
I will,
And if you'd like to extend the hearing, we can extend the hearing, or we can close the hearing, whatever you
You're fine
like.
to have the comments, but if we close the hearing, you're not going to comment to me on them. Or you can, but I'm not going to take them into account. So we're happy to produce the comments, but they're closing the hearing.
all right, let's work through the rest of this, and
Done.
we'll see where we end up. But I will say, 40B, as we talked about when I first got involved, has rigid rules, and one of them is that it's an expedited process. And
And you're,
we've extended.
go to the first meeting. When your client
Okay,
said you would have, we would
Cynthia,
have, okay.
let's keep this-
Let's go, okay, go to the first meeting and go to the video. And your client said that we would have a stormwater plan by the next meeting. It was I think 3 meetings later that we had it. So don't tell us about an expedited procedure. Again, go to the first meeting, and when your client insisted that we pick that night, our consultants and we said we had we needed time to pick our consultants. Then we pick our consultants, and then only then, after we pick the consultants, does your client ask us to use a specific consultant because that's who did the plan before. So again, there has been many instances, if you go back prior to your involvement in this case, that your applicant has delayed this process. So the fact that we've had this for 3 weeks, or 3 weeks or 3 months, and I don't think we've had a clear final plan here for 3 months.
I would just ask, when did
We've
the
only-
town planner provide comments?
We just got
They've
comments from them
gotten, we've had,
2 days ago.
Yesterday?
we've had many,
Yeah.
Many
comments on A7. I think you should shut this conversation down. Either you want to close the hearing tonight or you don't. You provided A7, they commented on it, certainly timely. And how long are we beyond the 6 months? And they're on extensions. I think maybe we just stop talking about it now.
yeah.
I second that.
I'm going to open up to the public.
Was there anything else in the permit?
Is there?
Or was
No, I
it-
think we're done with the permit, and then we're
last
done with the
comment.
waivers, right? We went
Waivers
through the
we
waivers
went through
last time,
and there
yeah.
were no comments on it. Or we had finished, any comments from the public that haven't already been discussed? Okay.
Brent Ferrara,
Don't
20
expect that we will have read this. that you
Nope,
just gave
not
us
at all.
2 minutes ago.
Brent Ferrara, 26 Westport Lakes Drive. All I ask is, am I able to sit there because I have some things that I have to hold, and it will be labor intensive for me to go through them. It would be more streamlined if I was able to just put them on the table and then go through it as quick as humanly possible. I have the whole thing written out, typed, that I'm just gonna read it verbatim, but I just can't hold it here and go through this stuff
Well,
at
you
the
can go
same
sit
time.
on it, yeah.
You wanna go sit next to Attorney Pucci?
Go over here.
I'll gladly stand at the table, I don't.
Pull
You can
pull
spread
up a
out
chair
here.
right there, miss.
I can go back to
I mean, you may need to address some of his comments, so why don't you come up there.
Over there.
Next to Attorney Pucci.
Now, as long as we're not reiterating things that we've already discussed.
Unfortunately, some of it will be in a reiteration. I'm just going to advise of that right now respectfully, just because of the way the process has gone. Right for 26 West Sport Lakes Drive, should I move that?
Yeah.
Okay. Just first and foremost, I would like to just rebut something that the applicant's attorney spoke to just a short time ago as far as the covenances of Westport Lakes Drive. And there was a reference that, some references made. And I actually have what I believe to be the most recent edition of the Westport Lakes covenances. And they specifically talk about American Links courses in Massachusetts Corporation, whatever, 187 Plymouth Ave, Fall River. They specifically talk about lots 1, 4, 6, 14, 18, 28. Lots 6 through 14 and lots 18 through 28. More specifically on page 5. I'd be happy to provide this with you. And again, I have good reason to believe that this is the most recent covenants decree for Westport Lakes Drive. On page 5, section 22, it actually reads, all notices and submissions to the American Links Planning Committee shall be mailed certified, mail return receipt requested to Shannon Corey at 187 Plymouth Ave in Fall River, Mass. Okay? And then there was some argument about lots 7 and 8, whether they're included or not included. Regardless, this declaration specifically includes lots 1 through 4 and lots 6 through 14 and lots 18 through 28 of Westport Lakes Drive. It actually I'll just read it. By way of amplification, on page 6, the last page on subsection 24, it says, by way of implication, the following lots are not included and the terms and provisions of the declaration do not apply to lots 5, 15, 16, 17, 29, 30, on the subdivision plan, nor do they apply to 31 and 32, 33. So I would argue that previous statements that, well, do we really know whether 7 and 8 are part of the original subdivision plan or they're not? That's a problem that I have, a significant problem. If I may, as quick as humanly possible, I have concerns about the comprehensive permit. I'll start on page A6. If you would, I'll try to do this as quick as possible. The Mass DOT approval, okay? This section should also reference Mass DOT access permit. The Pine Ridge Plan requires the use of Westport Lakes Drive, and as of now, the permit does not exist, and the original permit is long expired. The responsible entity back in 2008 let the permit lapse without proper certification. At this point, I would argue that Westport Lakes Drive, with the intersection of Route 177, is being inappropriately accessed based on the previous. I would argue that the proper mass access permit should be obtained and certified, signed off, prior to any potential construction efforts. The simple fact that the responsible entity did not follow through with the Mass DOT access permit adds to the implications that Westport Lakes Drive is not viable for access to the Pine Ridge proposal and should be considered inadequate. On that page, same page, we just went over all of this. A7-1. This actually is the only section that really makes sense. A7. I know the board went through this a while today. This section was clearly drafted by the applicant. Why is this section so non-descriptive? It reads, comprehensive permit decision includes a subdivision. Why isn't it specific? In the property. Why isn't it specific to which property? I believe this should read Pine Ridge Estates and should also reference the actual plot of land so that it does not get confused with the subdivision of Westport Lakes Drive, considering the entire section is essentially referencing Westport Lakes subdivision. It goes on to read, and supersede, replace prior subdivision approvals, decisions and covenants affecting the property. As is, they could, and I bet there will be a possibility that separation of two will become cloudy. Why is this text even here? Was there ever any prior approval, decision, or covenants pertaining to the Pine Ridge Estates proposal? I don't think there was. Why is the text there? If there was no other than to supersede those that already exist for Westport Lakes Drive.
Let me answer that.
I am not aware of any, so why does this section read as it does? The only reason is to slide under what seems like a protection clause and open some potential loopholes to undercut what was and what was not approved, and what was not completed, and any requirements set in place by local and state authorities, specifically for the Westport Lakes subdivision. A7.2. This section reads, prior to the first occupancy permit, the project, the applicant shall cause it either directly or in cooperation with the responsible third parties, right? I believe that this must be amended so that it says, prior to any construction or disturbance of land without the completion of Westport Lakes Drive roadway and its stormwater infrastructure. Construction on the Pine Ridge proposal cannot commence until the Westport Lakes Drive subdivision, SMS, stormwater management system, is completed and certified. Until then, no one will be able to justify whether the Westport Lakes Drive SMS stormwater management system will be able to handle that of Pine Ridge Estates to which it is required to tie into. If left as is, this section would basically allow two major construction jobs to commence simultaneously. So the completion of Westport Lakes Drive and the starting of this new comprehensive project. Having both subdivisions being worked on at the same time would be seriously disruptive and extremely dangerous. Despite this, the validity of the roadway and the SMS must be completed and certified prior to the Pine Ridge starting any work. This is imperative because Pine Ridge access and its tie-in to the Westport Lakes subdivision SMS system, this should actually be done prior to the issuance of the final comprehensive permit, because their planning and engineering depends on it. Same page, it starts A8. Okay, the final plans may provide for construction of the project in phases. This section reads, may provide for construction in the project in phases. This section should read shall and not may. In previous meetings, the board had significant concerns about phasing. By allowing the word may and not shall would potentially open a loophole in allowing too much work to be done at one time and too much land clearing to take place all at once. Phasing, in my opinion, is imperative. It has to be done in phases, and this document has to draw out exactly how that would occur. What can be constructed and what cannot be. Again, another significant issue where too much at one time and too much land clearing. On page 7. B4. This section must describe the fire suppression cisterns and not fire hydrants. Under no circumstances do I have any reason to believe that there are fire hydrants being constructed in this subdivision, because we don't have them on Westport Lakes Drive, we don't have them on 177. So the use of the word fire hydrants is incorrect, and it should say the fire suppression cisterns as approved and required by the Westport Fire Department. This was argued in the last meeting. This was actually argued in the last meeting, and there was supposed to be a correction. However, it still wasn't corrected. I'm here to ensure that that is corrected. Same page, page 7 and B5. This section is contrary to the Board of Health and Conservation suggestions given through this process. Many times, this section states to the maximum extent practicable. I know the board talked about this in length during this meeting. I feel that it requires repeating. What does that actually mean? But then further in the section it says, but then it reads, all gutter downspouts shall be directed to the project stormwater management system. So which is it? Is it they shall be constructed, or they should be constructed to the maximum extent practicable, which we all know will allow them to do the minimum of what would be required. We'll move on to page 11, C4, if you would. So this section talks about the HOA. Considering some of the board's concerns regarding conflicting homeowners associations, has anyone seriously considered requiring the Pine Ridge HOA to be responsible for the section of roadway from their site to the intersection to Route 177? If I could just play this video and you could just hear it.
This is a very large amount of construction, which involves very heavy concrete trucks and all of that, and it breaks up this roadway for these people who have nothing to do with it. They probably don't even want it there, and so they're going to be stuck with the expense of that, and I don't think that's fair. But I think also a merge. My concern about that is.
Any argument made by Mr. Cusson in the past that it's not fair to make the Pine Ridge HOA responsible should not be considered. It's very simple. The potential residents of Pine Ridge Estates, potentially 38 families, are absolutely 100% required to use Westport Lakes Drive as their site access. There's no other way in or out. The homeowners of Westport Lakes Drive do not and will not require any use of the Pine Ridge site for any legitimate reason or necessity. The Pine Ridge Estates HOA must be responsible for the maintenance and repair of that portion of roadway of Westport Lakes Drive. Any other condition would be highly irresponsible for the town to make. and in doing so, would provide an insurance that their access would not be compromised now or in the future. By holding the HOA, which does not exist at this time, of Westport Lakes Drive responsible for this section of roadway, is like me saying, I want you to pay for my car insurance, but you don't get to drive my car or even own it. Page 9B16. I'm sorry. B, we'll just move to B, go back to B16. Sorry.
B16?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I continue to argue that the current application and plans for the SAS and associated reserve sites are incomplete considering no perk tests have been done and to consider any current engineering to be inadequate because it is based on data artificially inputted based on standards that differ from the current site conditions as argued by MLB along this entire process. Any and all of the required percolation testing according to this decision can be construed as variable. And there continues to be no scale to which would be eventually accepted by the Board of Health. And this conditions document leaves it open to suggestion. For months now, the applicant's representatives have been stating that they were going to have a perk test done in around July, yet they've not done it so far. On page 10 of B19, nowhere in this section does it refer to individual well construction. I don't think anything in this entire document refers not one piece of information as far as the wells are concerned. Each house has been determined to have its own private well. There should be an additional condition despite building permits under normal circumstances not being issued unless a valid well is in place and water volume and potability has been tested and determined safe. There must be a condition that states prior to issuance of any building permit for any and all buildings, there must be a well in place, it must be tested, certified for compliance. Page 12C4G is where I have my next issues with. This section must forbid, I apologize for repeating this, but ADU accessory dwellings must be forbidden as means of this condition document. The current plan does not afford any additional bedrooms to be added to the project despite the potential of needing future approval. Because this is a 40B, the current SAS is designed in such close tolerances to its potential ability that accessory dwelling units, they must be prohibited. And then C14 on page 14. Just to repeat what was thought about the board. The applicant's attorney suggests that they will sue the current developer. Says it a number of times today. They're going to sue the current developer. How does this make any sense? When we all know the past and potentially present connections between the two. To add to that, there's a provision where mailboxes are going to be placed on Westport Lakes Drive. Are they going to sue them for that too? They're going to just sue them for everything. It just doesn't make any sense. Page 17, E7. Construction vehicles. I know this was spoke about, I just need to reiterate it quickly about where they're being parked. I would add that my concern was also before I came here that Westport Lakes Drive should be added to that. They should not be able to park anywhere on Westport Lakes Drive, along with the other provisions that that section affords. Page 18F5. The applicant and following project turnover, okay? Again, this is out of balance and not fair to the current and future potential residents of Westport Lakes Drive. The Pine Ridge HOA requires this point of access and should assume responsibility for the assurance this area is kept clear and not the responsibility of Westport Lakes Drive potential HOA. This is the area, more specifically at Route 177. They require it. I don't argue that we should both be responsible for that, but I don't know of anything that's in our current covenances or HOA documents that actually says that we're to be responsible for cutting those and trimming those things. Again, I would be happy to forward these documents to the board if there are any questions. Just some other concerns. I gave a packet to Maria, if you could just reference that quickly while I go through it. There's been a lot of talk about the roadway, and whether it's roadworthy to say, okay? If you could just direct your attention to the SW Cole engineering document that was afforded to the town on February 13th of 2025. I provided this to the board months ago, but I gave her another copy today. It should be right in the beginning, okay? They came to Westport Lakes Drive and they did an evaluation of the roadway and the stormwater. I just would like to point out that some of the items in this evaluation on the first page. The roadway asphalt binder material appears to be weathered with notable cracking and sub-pavement failure observed. Notable pavement failure was noted at these sections. It specifically says, additional coring and testing should be done to properly evaluate the current state of all the pavement areas, to include the thickness of the current binder layer, compliance to the approved plans, and to identify any additional areas of potential failure, and to evaluate the condition of the roadway base gravel. This is a significant concern, that the roadway is in such a condition, and it's so old, and it's never been maintained, that it should not be considered liable or viable. To this date, the applicant has not proven to the board that Westport Lakes Drive is an adequate point of access for the Pine Ridge Estate subdivision. Westport Lakes Drive does not have any certificate of compliance or as-built plans. The town of Westport required a surety on Westport Lakes Drive to be done upon the transfer in 2016. And then there's another document actually that confirms SW Coles, where Tibbetts did an evaluation back in 2016 when the property changed hands. Just what I would like the board to reflect on.
That would be within your jurisdiction. Make sure that the project is conditioned so that you have an adequate roadway.
That's, is maintained.
Correct. And that meets standards.
Right, so we can't force Westport Lakes and the new development to form a joint HOA to maintain Westport Lakes, but we can condition Pine Ridge Estates to maintain Westport Lakes Road. And when they don't, who has to enforce that?
It would be enforceable through, your permit conditions are enforceable as a matter of zoning, so you'd have basically your zoning enforcement officer. For instance, to answer these questions, okay, here's the story saying to you, this roadway cannot service these houses for XYZ reasons. If your peer reviewer says, this roadway is going to be underwater for 8 months of the year, issues like that, that's within your province. You could potentially deny a project based on an issue like that. You could say the roadway is inadequate to service this. We can't condition it.
But that's not.
That would be within your jurisdiction, to make sure that the project is conditioned so that you have an adequate roadway.
That's, is maintained.
Correct. And that means it would behoove the applicant to think about these issues.
Existing town records showing the actual makeup of that roadway, what, you know.
I would think so. Yeah, there should be approved plans of that
As-built.
subdivision. I don't know if there's as-built, but there's certainly an approved subdivision.
To me, that's a big deal. If there's, well, right now, we don't know what that road is built like underneath the surface that you see. So if you have traffic for 5 houses, that's one thing. But when you start having traffic for 40 houses or more, that's something quite different. And so what might look adequate today to us, just seeing it from the surface, looks fine. But then when we have all this stuff going on, but, you know, which goes to your point, if we have photographs, fine.
But
Well, we have engineering.
Yeah, the-
we
well,
want to
the-
know what's underneath there.
The traffic study should take care of that.
I mean, the other thing, just so that you know, that road was designed.
I just have one more, if you may. Or if I
That
may.
would be within your jurisdiction, to make sure that
They may find out that road is inadequate.
You could,
You may.
yeah, so it would be helpful to the applicant, because it would help you, for the applicant to be able to provide you further information on these issues.
We certainly will have our traffic engineer provide a letter to the committee, to the board stating that road is adequate.
What I'm, this is something I was gonna
Just,
ask you.
if anybody missed it, this is Christopher Fallon, the primary engineer for this project.
Traffic engineer provide a, we certainly will have our traffic engineer provide a letter to the committee, to the board stating that road is adequate.
What I'm, this is something I was gonna ask you.
If you didn't catch it, Mr. Fallon says to the board that they will have one of somebody, whether it's somebody from the traffic study, but he said that they were gonna provide you all with the determination that the roadway is viable. I could play it again if you need to hear it again, and I could forward it to anybody. The applicant's principal engineer advised the board that they would provide a document for the traffic road and study engineers. The burden of proof to certify that Westport Lakes Drive is adequate, has not occurred, and I feel that it is the sole responsibility of Pine Ridge applicants to do so. And until this is done, a comprehensive permit cannot be issued, considering that Westport Lakes roadway was built nearly 20 years ago and has never been finished. I'll just quickly wrap up with, if you just pass through the packet that I made for you, some emails that came from some town departments. The first one was actually from Chris Capone, the conservation agent, to Andrew DiGiamo, and just some specific things in there, okay? The developer does not have a certificate of compliance from Mass DEP for a long expired superseding order that was issued. It goes on to read, I won't stand here and read it through, but in the end, the Westport Conservation Commission is formally notifying you that any activity conducted on grading, loaming, and seeding north cul-de-sac or clearing the stormwater basins outside berms within the Westport Lakes roadway will require a new filing and notice of intent. In addition, the Westport Conservation will not act on any new filings until the site complies with the prior superseding order of conditions. An email from Mr. Burris, who is the town planner, to the ZBA. The covenants that the planning board holds on the lots involved in Pine Ridge 40B are still in effect, and development cannot occur until on these lots until the covenants are released. The planning board has already clearly communicated its intent to withhold release of these covenants until the Westport Lakes improvements receive a clear inspection. So to be clear, Westport Lakes Drive and associated drainage must be completed before construction can start on the Pine Ridge 40B. The next letter I know you all have as far as the Soil Conservation Board. Actually, I take it back. I don't believe that you all have received this letter. That's why I provided it to you, okay? It's a letter drafted to the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs on March 10th of 2025. Just in short, in the second paragraph. Well, the first paragraph, the project had 3 major project changes from 2003 to 2008, with the final environmental impact report issued on December 17th of 2008. The proponent in the FEIR had agreed to eliminate the proposed Phase 2 development of property indicated as Lot 33 and to incorporate into Phase 1 portion of the development. Phase 1 is not fully completed, as Gulfview Lane and second wetlands crossing have never been constructed. Mass DEP superseding order has also expired, and the project never received final sign-off with the issuance of certificate of compliance. The 40B comprehensive permit, known as Pine Ridge Estates, is proposing to construct this project. Pretty good document that I would like if you took some time to review. I think I'll just the rest of it is kind of a repeat from what was already said today. I do appreciate your concerns with the conditions document. You did actually cover a lot of my concerns, but I don't think that you covered them all. Just in closing, I still, to this day, every time that I stand here, I don't believe that we can stand here and go, Westport Lakes Drive is adequate at this moment in time to be able to make a decision on this project. I do believe that the inadequacy of the roadway causes a substantial public safety risk. And then some of the provisions that are considered in the construction phases of this project, unless changed according to my concerns, also would create a significant public safety concern. Again, this, if allowed as it stands, these two major things would be going on at the same time. It just can't happen. That's just unsafe, and it's a risk to public safety. The road should not be considered adequate at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Stacy Pereira, Westport, 26 Westport Lakes Drive. New information. Mr. Dean, when his dad built our house that we purchased from him, he originally wanted the father to build the house at the end of Westport Lakes Drive. His father built the house that we bought. I'm talking about Mr. Dean, the dad. So he originally wanted his house to be built at the end, the dead-end road. The reason why my house was built not at the end is because none of those lands, none of those cut-out parcels, whatever you call them, would not perk. So that's why he didn't end up with the request that he wanted, that's why he ended up where the house is now that I'm referring to, 26 Westport Lakes. So this whole non-perk doesn't surprise me. And I don't think the board was aware of that information. We started off the meeting with new subdivision referring to Pine Ridge, and then the separation of Westport Lakes Road subdivision. But I'm confused on the two divisions. At some point, they do agree that it's separate, but then most of the plans rely on them tying into Westport Lakes subdivision plans, meaning the drainage, the stormwater, yada, 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 our concerns. So I'm confused on, and I don't know if anybody in the board that can answer this question, Golfview Lane, is that part of the new subdivision, Pine Ridge, or is that part of Westport Lakes' old, 20-year-old subdivision? Does anybody know the answer to that question?
I don't even know what your question was.
Golfview Lane.
And Pine Ridge are part of the new development.
So we referred to it, just the beginning of this meeting, he was referring to two separate subdivisions, right? There's Pine Ridge being the new subdivision, or the 40B, and Westport Lakes Drive subdivision. There's a plan. Where is Golfview Lane? Like which?
In Pine Ridge.
That's new.
That's the lots 7 and 8.
To get to Pine Ridge.
I'm not so sure, is that?
Well,
That's what,
do you have the covenants?
I think that,
Covenants.
I think that's the issue of the covenants.
because that was on lots 8 and 9 to go in, and that's Golfview Lane, right?
I think at the beginning of his presentation, he made it clear that it was part of your
So
Westport Lake.
the covenants, declaration
Taken.
of protection covenants has Golfview Lane on it. This isn't the right one.
It doesn't.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's on there. This is the 26.
Right, that's the question of the release of the covenants, is that 7 and 8, lot 7 and 8, which is where Golfview Lane is,
Right.
was originally part of your subdivision. And now, because the owner of Pine Ridge Estates bought those 2 lots in the subdivision and are putting it into their subdivision. And that is why that whole thing about the release of the covenants came up. And I'm equally confused on that point as well, but.
Well, because just the beginning of the meeting, it was.
It was 7 and
like
8.
Subdivision, new subdivision, it's
To
still.
to my knowledge, 7 and 8, or to my, not my knowledge, to my interpretation, 7 and 8 was originally part of Westport Lake subdivision. And now the owners are taking it out of the subdivision and putting it into the new subdivision. And that's why I said, they need to go back to the planning board to make changes to their plans of your subdivision, because they're substantially changing it. You're taking 2 lots out in the subdivision.
Right, yeah, so that's still a major concern of mine, I'm still very confused till this meeting in the beginning, as far as the short-term rental, the 30 days versus less than 30 days and longer than 30 days, I just want to make it clear that that is a concern of mine also. And there was, discussion and confusion among the applicant's attorney and the board. So I just want to bring up my concerns of the rental also, because I obviously don't want a house to be bought and then be rented, and then HOA doesn't pertain to them, and we've got some strict things under the HOA that we want to be followed. The other thing was, a couple of times this evening, we were referred to Westport Lakes, the planning board, and the comments, and how they were supposed to do stuff for the summer, and it hasn't gotten done. It was actually the spring, not the summer. I just wanted to clarify. Different season, because we started this back in the fall, and then, the winter, we couldn't do the winter, so they specifically had said the spring. And, we're almost done with summer, and there still has not been anything done, but we were told today about the reasoning for the delays. I think I'm pretty much good. I want to thank the board members for all their comments this evening, and have a good night. Thank you.
No? Attorney Casino, do you have any other comments on?
Yeah, I just would say, I think we're talking past each other in terms of our expectations on Westport Lakes Drive. I think a lot of the concerns that are being expressed, we're intending to cover with that proposed language on A7, A7.1, A7.2. The definition of property was not meant to make it ambiguous. There was no intent there. The intent is not to waive the covenants on all the other land in the end of the subdivision and Westport Lakes Drive. The property is defined at the beginning of the comp permit. And this comes down to this board is granting a subdivision approval. It is a new subdivision approval that supersedes any prior subdivision approval as to the property, which is a capital P defined term. And I think, as town council indicated, I think we've talked about what the board's intending to accomplish, and there's no intent to try to sidestep that. The sequencing of the construction as we proposed it is also consistent with, I think, what I'm hearing, in that we're just saying that it needs to be done in a certain sequence. The initial is before construction ground disturbance, before we start disturbing the ground to build the project and heavy equipment's moving through, Westport Lakes Drive needs to be put in a certain condition. We've proposed that condition. I think there's a huge difference between doing nothing and finishing everything, okay? we can't finish everything before we do anything on this project. We are proposing to do a lot of the major stuff at the same time. When you have construction equipment out there, when you hire the contractor, you're going to do the work. You're going to do the work in Westport Lakes Drive, and you're going to start to build and cut in Gulfview Lane, and you're going to get all the stormwater management systems in order. It's appropriate to do that at the same time. And we're suggesting that the sequencing that we had proposed is simply intended to do it in a logical sequence of first make it safe, then get it all done, all right, to binder course. And so I heard reference to like the engineer's letter about deficient portions of the roadway. We talked about that earlier. Like if there are major potholes, we're going to get it in condition that the binder course is there and that the roadway, just as we're doing for our road. We can't build a house on our property, and it's a standard covenant that you have to build to binder course and finish the road to binder course. So we're saying that the road essentially continues out to 177. We have to make sure that it's to binder course before we get the first occupancy permit. So, that's, I think the sequencing works. I haven't had a chance, ordinarily, we would collaborate and have, sit and exchange drafts and work on this language, but Westport has a certain way they want to go about doing things, and, I have to follow the town's lead because I've found over the years, you can't fight City Hall on things like that. But there is a solution here to accomplish 90% of what the concerns were that were expressed. If it's about killing the project, then none of what was described is going to kill the project. Like, this board is the planning board. And towards the end of that discussion, there was a statement, the planning board says that nothing can happen on this property before the planning board signs off and Westport Lakes is complete. That doesn't work under 40B. This is a separate project. We have to provide for safe access, and that's what this condition does. So, I think, and part of the sequencing is a chicken and egg issue. So, in order to do the stormwater work, you have to do all the stormwater. It has to tie together. So you have to build the Gulfview Lane stormwater system, which ties in. And so, to do as they were describing, saying finish everything, that sequencing doesn't work because the condition says you can't do anything until you finish Westport Lakes Drive, but to finish Westport Lakes Drive, you have to get in and build Gulfview Lane. So there's a chicken and egg there. So I think just understanding the subdivision, we're only talking about this. This is all your subdivision is affecting. This is all that you're superseding. This dotted line and these, what were referred to as lots 8 and 9. This is the subdivision. You're granting, one of the conditions is that there's a Form A plan in the final plan set that accomplishes this carve-out. This carve-out is what is superseding conditions as to this carve-out only. The covenants can continue to live and have whatever impact on whatever they think they do, all right? But this board is the planning board, and the idea that the planning board has some veto right, as the case law we discussed earlier, that's just not the case. On phasing, I think the final plans show the phasing. We talked about that, and there was a concern about phasing. Yes, we'll propose phasing that's subject to peer review in the final plan set to make sure it works. I think he was actually, Mr. Pereira was correct on the terminology. The fire suppression tanks are called out. I think they're referenced in the permit as hydrants, but it's actually the fire suppression system. I honestly don't know whether there's a hydrant that sticks out of the ground, but there are tanks. And so when we were referring previously in the hearing to hydrants, we were referring to the tanks, and that's where the fire department wanted them. So they were called out on the plan as the 10,000-gallon fire suppression tanks. So if that's a terminology issue, I think it works either way. But if there's a technical definition of hydrant, then usually the engineers sort through that. a lot of these things are covered just under the law of installing a well and pulling a building permit. That's not, it's not a condition in a comp permit. It's just there are things that have to happen in order to pull a building permit. There was reference to Mass DOT. That's a state issue. We have to get Mass DOT to sign off on whatever site access is required. There were several letters issued by the traffic engineer. They all spoke to the safety of the project. I would look at the entire volume of the traffic engineer's report and the peer review and the final conclusion, all of which are incorporated in the permit. So I think in taking away, we're talking past each other on a lot of these concerns. I think we've actually addressed a lot of what are more fears about the what-ifs than real concerns about actually going forward with the project and having it built in the long run. So if we get the language right, we've accomplished the goal. We haven't violated 40B where one of the cases say, what was the word the HAC used? Essentially, it didn't fulfill their duty when they deferred to the planning board on something. You are the planning board. You're the town planner. You're all the local officials making any permitting decision on this. And so this is a new subdivision that we're asking the board to approve, and we're offering conditions to address the prior misdeeds relative to Westport Lakes Drive. And that's as I described, I don't think the HAC would require that. We're offering it because we think it's appropriate, and I think we've put in a lot of work to get to this point. So I think that's the response to what I heard as far as the concerns. If you heard something that you think I didn't address, that you'd like me to address, I'm happy to do so. I think it's getting late, and I would like to come to a plan of some sort, understanding that apparently there were a lot more comments received in the last few days or even hours that could undo a lot of what we've worked to do so far. And I don't think the technicality of closing the hearing should prevent council from communicating on comments that were received. If the comments were received from the planning board and the planning board is still providing input on the final decision, then there's no reason that I couldn't see that input and consult with my client, even if we close the public hearing tonight. So, I think we do at this point need to close the public hearing. I think we've exhausted the world of concerns. We're getting into hearing things again and again. It's about the wordsmithing now, and the lawyers and usually the attorneys are working together to formulate what works. And if there's no agreement, there's no agreement. But I'm not seeing that here. So I don't know. I just don't want the process to get in the way of a well-drafted comprehensive permit that addresses all of these concerns and doesn't require us to seek redress from the HAC. It's just, it would be a waste of time. So I'd like to understand.
Can we wrap this up?
I just want to, so let's get to an answer as to, what the process would be or what the proposal is, and then, maybe we can come up with a solution, because I don't think we're far apart. It's just things like surety can be make or break on a 40B project, just because the margins are tight to begin with, and, requiring a cash bond at a certain time. I mean, it can be dicey. So it's frustrating to me that those details were given as comments today or whenever they were, but maybe there's a solution.
There was one comment by the Mr. Pereira that you didn't address. He suggested that the Pine Ridge HOA should be responsible for the Westport site access in perpetuity.
So they have the benefit of that road as well. I think we provided a proposed condition that makes us responsible, the developer responsible for anything construction related, but to say that those lots in perpetuity have to pay for plowing and repair when they're also getting the benefit, that's a little bit unequitable as well. Now, maybe,
Number-wise, though, there's like, what, how many houses are there from 177 to, there's 5 houses, 4. And there's 38. So 4 houses are paying for 38 houses access. I'm just trying to make.
well, I think how many lots are there ultimately on Westport Lakes Drive?
Well, some of them non-buildable.
Well, when
according to
they're-
Perk tests.
When they're,
They haven't been sold for 20 years, so.
You got 4 people paying for the access to 38. Now, what if it got divided up by 42?
I think we did mention early on that,
Split it.
that some sharing would be appropriate. To make a deal on that right now, I think maybe, here's the answer. The final plans say that the HOA budget, okay, shall be reviewed and approved by the town, all right? In that HOA budget, we got to provide for road maintenance. Between permit and final plans, there's a discussion to be had as to whether the budget should include some maintenance. Now, I can't commit to that tonight, but the permit already spells out that the budget gets submitted, town council reviews it, and the board's going to hear it. So you can, I would just say, table that. It's still up for grabs. Nothing prevents this, nothing in this permit says we're not responsible for it, but nothing in this permit says we shall be responsible for it. And I think that's appropriate at this time, because that's a complex one. And it's a complex one. So I think, that's something that we look, because we don't know what exactly the maintenance expenses might be. I mean, but I can offer you that at this point.
You don't have any other access but that. If you had another access, well, you wouldn't even be worried about this. But this is the only access you have to get to your buildable site.
I didn't say no, and obviously, I offered a solution. And I think putting a condition in there, that would be a concern, because that's a big offer without knowing the numbers and exactly what the considerations are. But for us to see where we are with the permit, see where we are with the market at the time, we're looking to finalize the plans, we know what it's going to cost to build, then at that time, maybe you could put a statement in about the budget, which shall consider all expenses regarding, just something that, hey, by the way, to remind us that we had that exchange. But I don't think, it's not something that I would say the applicant could agree to as a permit condition, but you make a fair point. And I think it's the budget would be the place to answer that.
I would like to hear from our attorney. Do you have any responses to what Mr. Pereira said, or to?
No, it was pretty much addressed earlier.
Okay.
I mean, I think you've identified the concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. We've talked about them, and you're not, at least I'm not gonna make recommendations to you that waive any rights of the planning board. And again, you're not deferring to the planning board. The planning board has an existing permit that people have relied on. So it's a different issue. But if it can be conditioned in a way that it's consistent and the applicant's happy, great. But you've identified the concern, that roadway's not finished.
But can we condition the fact that they're responsible from 177, Gulf Fuel?
Yeah, I just made a note of that. I mean, I think it's a fair point. I'm gonna try to think of some language that's
Put it in here
reasonable.
too for you.
Good, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to think of some language that's reasonable on it that, hopefully will be, the applicant will be fine with, but you will be too.
When we discussed this way early in the process, I can recall asking, for example, could we combine the two HOAs and so forth, and said that may not be legitimate, so forth. But my question is that we, well, it's my understanding that at the time we were told that we cannot condition anything off the site. That wasn't our jurisdiction. But I'm hearing you say that maybe there is something that we could do?
Yeah, because it's an access drive, because typically, you know, in a permit, you'll specify whether it's gonna become a public way or not. And here, it's not gonna become a public way, so you would typically have maintenance obligations for that access way. And, you know, the point is, that apparently, you know, it obviously accesses other existing residences too.
Yeah.
So while it's 38 units versus 4, you know, there has to be some type of proportionality to it, some type of reasonableness.
Well, I thought so, and I've stressed from the beginning that I think it's very unfair to think that 38 people are going to be accessing what 4 houses have right along, and, well, I was led to believe at that time that wasn't much we could do about it. You know, that's just the way it was.
No,
I
said that it's in your jurisdiction to make sure you have
Okay.
an adequate access way.
Okay, I have a question about process. We've been told that we're sitting in the position of the planning, we know that. The Board of Health, we've had input quite a bit from them, and the Conservation Commission. I also was under the impression that even after we do what we do, these folks have to go to Conservation Commission.
On state,
Just the state?
yes.
Okay. Does the local Conservation Commission have any role in this other than inputting to us?
No.
Okay. The reason I ask is I watched the Conservation Commission meeting a couple of months ago probably, and they did discuss this. In fact, they had some abutters there at the Conservation Commission who were very concerned about the aquifer, the drawing 38 houses drawing from the aquifer and so forth. And the Conservation Commission did talk about this, okay? I don't think we've gotten any input from them about this. So I'm not sure where that stands.
I don't know, I mean, at the beginning, Maria sent everything out to all
We
the
got
town
something
boards.
from Concon. on-
Yeah, we have something, but it doesn't address drawing down the aquifer.
Are they talking about that in the context of
No,
state permitting? or-
just, they're just talking about with storm management, not
Right.
water.
And I don't think we've gotten even,
Yes, they do.
I'm sorry, wait.
They have to go in front of the health department, they have to go in front of Concom.
For state
For,
requirements.
Yes.
for state requirements, not for local requirements.
I believe the letter from Concom is sort of like an open-ended. I don't think it gives any answers. I don't think it gives us advice on what they thought we should do or anything like that. So I'm just concerned. I didn't know whether they were going to physically go to a hearing from Concom after our process.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, there's state permitting.
But only
required,
for
they
the
will.
state.
Yeah.
Yes. There's any other comments from the board? I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Do you want to give one more shot?
If you got anything like.
It'll be quick.
New, quick.
It's a rebuttal to the attorney's, what he just commented. He said, repair of the road does not benefit the applicant. The road is in its condition, as we stand today, partially as a result of the applicant. I don't believe that that is a valid argument, that fixing the road doesn't benefit the applicant. Of course it doesn't. That means more money for them to spend. But in reality, they're partially to blame for the condition that it's in now. The analogy regarding the case law, as far as a sewer extension, I don't believe that's appropriate case law reference. A sewer extension is like apples to oranges to what my concerns are. The roadway, the SMS, all of that stuff, that's insufficient of Westport Lakes Drive, that is beneficial and a significant requirement to their project. So that sewer extension case law, I don't even think it even applies, honestly. How does any of what the applicants say or that what they will do to compel a third party to do these renovations to the road. They are conflicting themselves continuously. They say, we're going to compel them to fix it, or we're going to sue them. And then just now they said, we're willing to fix the road, except we still stand here with no understanding if the current applicant, who has never stepped foot in this building for any of these meetings to stand for himself as the responsible entity for Westport Lakes Drive, never once has he stood here to say anything. You can't assume that, like, this project is impingent upon Westport Lakes Drive again. For them to say that they're going to fix it without knowledge of any permission, we got to get Mr. DiGiamo here to say, yeah, I will actually let them fix the stuff as they suggest. He's never come. You can't sit here and listen to them and say, and not argue that. How do we know? How do we know that they're going to be able to actually fix the roadway? I'll tell you how we know how that's going to happen. By not touching the covenants degree and making Mr. DiGiamo fix the road to completion and then letting them build their project. That's the only way. Anything otherwise is despicable. They're going to sue them? Again, they know each other. They work in the same building. They work for each other. It's despicable for me to stand here and go and listen to this, that they're going to compel them by lawsuit to fix Westport Lakes Drive so that they can get their Pine Ridge subdivision. It's complete insanity. They're either going to be friendly or they're going to sue the pants off of them. Which is it? We can't approve this until you know one way or the other. Otherwise, it's never going to get done. And this subdivision is going to take another 10 years, and then Westport Lakes Drive, which has not been completed for 20 years, is now going to be not completed for 30 years. It's despicable.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, just, can we confirm what procedure the board intends to pursue next? Just because I want to make sure if there were comments that were received while the hearing was open from the town planner or anything about surety, I'd at least just like a chance to respond by letter to town council so that he can, take into account whatever comments we might have. I think now is an appropriate time to close the hearing. I do. We've done hard work on this to this point. But if there are comments that you have that we don't have, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to provide just a letter for the board's consideration to make sure that, we're not unnecessarily undoing all of this, because that would be the result. If we have to, if there's something that's a deal breaker, it's like an all or nothing. Once you spend the effort to go to the HAC, it's not worth, dealing with some of the other conditions. So I think we've proposed a lot here. Just what's the process?
We have an issue with him.
I thought we weren't supposed to take any more information
you're
after
not.
we closed the hearing.
Well, there's-
Why don't we just let's just narrow down
Narrow it
the
to the
issue.
surety area.
Yeah, let's just narrow down the issue. Maria, there was a brief comment from Michael Burris, and then there was town administrator's comment.
Right.
Those are public documents.
Yes.
We talked about them tonight. You can send them to council. Just those two, not my comment or anything like that. Michael's email
And, hard
town administrator's email
yes.
with attachment.
Right, Mitch.
And again, no other, no information to or from council or anything like that.
In the town administrator's email, it indicated, I think it was to Roger, actually, and indicated he'd like to discuss this with Roger. Have you had a chance in the day?
No, I got it. No, I'm just narrowing down, they're public records, you can produce them to council.
Right.
If you close the hearing, I can't take input, because it'll be input from a third party. I have to take it from Mr. Pereira or anybody else. One thing you could do maybe is close the hearing, but keep the record open for written submissions to the board for 3 days or something.
If I recall, when you did the extension, we extended it to today with an extension of closing the hearing on Friday.
Correct.
So could we vote to close the hearing on Fridays, then we can still allow that information to come
You
through?
really have to close the hearing tonight, but I think you could close the hearing subject to keeping the record, to.
Just keeping the record
Closing the
open?
hearing subject to an extension to Friday for any written comments.
Okay.
And that
We
includes
do,
for Mr. Pereira
so
or
next
anybody else.
Wednesday for written comments?
Wednesday is fine.
That would be perfect.
Okay.
And then to the extent, I know town council got this, to the extent you've already started to dabble with that A7,
Yeah, I haven't done anything with
I
it.
mean, is there any conclusion one way or another on exactly, I mean, we've gone in circles on it, but I still don't know where the board seems to land on this. Do we understand we're asking for a new subdivision approval of the property, which again is just this? And as to this supersedes the covenants, only as to this, as long as that's clear. and-
I think that's what we're
I'm gonna
planning on doing, is that
I'm
you're gonna make
kinda
it
put
the
clear to
language.
the other, opposite. I mean, we're not gonna jeopardize the consensus of the board is we're not gonna jeopardize the rights of the planning board or the town to enforce the original subdivision covenant.
Right.
And that's how I'm gonna draft it.
What does that mean? Like,
It means how I'm gonna draft it, and that's it. So, that's my final word. You can keep the hearing open, or you can close it tonight, subject to keeping the record open for written submissions by Wednesday of next week.
Right.
That's it.
But what compels us to close this hearing tonight?
We vote, Roger.
Because the applicant has to consent, you're beyond the 6 months.
Right.
Right. And so the applicant
Is
has
asking
told us they will not?
Yes.
I didn't quite hear that.
yeah, and I think we've exhausted
Okay.
everything we've talked about. I think, your time's valuable, our time's valuable. It would have been nice to have exchanged and seen the final language.
I mean, the problem is we're on 3 hearing sessions now that we're talking about essentially the same issue.
But I haven't
It had a
seen,
little bit about the perk rate. We've talked about that in circles and circles.
Yep.
And we've talked about the fact that the roadway isn't completed for 20 years.
I don't disagree with any of
So,
that. I think,
that's all we've been talking about now for 3 sessions. So I think you're good to close the hearing.
The whole set.
I guess, and I think leaving it open for
Written submissions.
written
by-
submissions to you, well, to the board,
No,
to
to
you.
the board.
To the board, and you, obviously, you'll get a copy.
Any written submissions I was specified should go to Maria.
Goes to Maria.
By
Correct.
Wednesday. And that doesn't mean that anybody has to go repackage everything they've already sent. It just means that if somebody has something to say, they're entitled to provide it in writing
Right.
by Wednesday of next week.
Right.
is there
The public
any,
records of the TA's comment and the town planner will be sent to council. They're public records. I don't know if anybody else wants them, they can have them.
is there any opportunity for town council to share, submit to the town planner or the ZBA's office the final proposed language as town council sees it on this issue? Before,
No.
so
Sorry,
why would we do a surprise, here it is? I just don't understand that.
We've spent
worked-
enough time trying to work out the permit.
But until, this is, it's just why, if it does, it's just, I'm not seeing the rationale in allowing us to see the final language. We've exchanged a lot of revisions. It's not a heavy lift.
Is there any reason why he just can't read it now? It's like 3 paragraphs.
Read what?
What is it?
We already have it?
Yeah.
No, we don't have the language, we have
He's
these
talking
sets.
about the final.
No,
Final
but he's worried about the surety.
No, I'm the surety
about
and
A7.
A7, the final town council proposal.
No, that's,
Yeah.
no.
Why does it have to be a surprise? I don't
We
understand.
just got
He knows,
comments
because town
from
council
the town
knows
administrator.
How long it takes him to get this done.
what our concept of the covenant is and how that land should work, and he's gonna write up the.
If that undoes everything else that we've offered in
You've
this
listened to
permit.
what- You've listened to what
but I haven't seen the final language.
Well, we
So
haven't
if
either.
if it by a technicality
And
doesn't accomplish the goal,
Then-
because it was just today I submitted case law, or yesterday, to town council to provide an update on the status of the law on this issue. And if that's how the town wants to approach it, that's fine. I just think it's,
No,
Again, you just provided it 2 days ago, and we just got comments from.
well, hold on, 2 days ago.
no.
Right,
Okay, listen, let's not
No.
get into quibbling about days or whatever. We're either going to close this now or we're not. If we're going to close this now, we'll close it, allowing for documents to be submitted up through next Wednesday.
And-
Or you're going to ask for a continuance, one of those two.
Why ask
Tell me-
for,
No. Yes, sir, which do you want to do?
we're closing the hearing
Closing
tonight.
tonight. So I'll make a motion to close the hearing, subject to, with 3 days,
No, we said a week.
with an extension of 3 days for written documents.
Why are you saying 3 days?
No, it's 7
Wednesday.
Well, oh, no,
He said Wednesday.
it's through next Wednesday, it's
Yeah,
through
Sunday.
next Wednesday.
I mean, if it's,
Whatever that is.
if there's a board involved, they may not even have a meeting, so,
No, there's documents get sent to Maria,
I don't mean that.
right? So
There's no more.
I have a motion, and we have a second.
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 Second? All in favor of closing the hearing as described? Say yes.
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 That's unanimous? Okay, hearing is closed. That means we don't take any more documentation. Now, one thing I'm not really,
No.
we didn't-
You said you're closing the subject, you're closing.
we don't take, we're not taking any more public input from here.
Right.
Comment.
You close the public hearing subject to,
Written documents.
the board will accept written
Written
documents
documents,
through
right.
Wednesday of next week.
Right. Now, one thing I'm not clear of in this 40B process, I know you've taken notes of the draft decision. We're going to send you
Our
copies
notes.
of our editorial versions of it.
And to
then-
specify, right, and to specify for the public, you're not gonna communicate as a quorum. In fact, the only ones who really I could benefit from, not to be insulting to other members, would probably be Cynthia's markup and your markup, Roger. You're gonna send those to me separately.
Yes,
A lot of what I've been doing, you're already marking, I just wanna make sure I cover everything, even if you have open questions. You'll send those to me singly.
yes.
And I will provide a proposed, if it's a consensus that you want to look at and approval with conditions, and I will provide you a proposed final decision
Right.
for you to deliberate on.
Right.
And you
Yeah,
will do
what-
that in a public session that will be noticed, that you'll actually say when it's going to be tonight.
Right, so we don't vote to grant or reject until
I
that
would
time?
recommend you don't vote the permit tonight.
Right, okay, that's what I was thinking. We wait until we get we provide you with the editorial version. You then provide your
Bakes the cake.
version of a final decision
Yes,
And
that comes in front of us in the next,
deliberation,
but it's a closed hearing.
yes.
It's open to the public, but it's
It's an open session, but it's not a hearing.
It's not a hearing, right,
Deliberations.
right.
It's a meeting.
And then we will deliberate, and we will either accept or reject, or
Typically-
modify the...
Yeah, typically what I see happen, and again, the only reason I'm asking for your markup is just so I make sure I cover
You covered all
everything that
of
you did. I think.
So we don't have to have more markups after the
Yeah.
final.
And then typically what I find happens is people will have some questions or final proposed edits, or they'll see something on page 14 that's inconsistent, and you note it at the meeting, and you either have another session to look at another final, or you just vote it subject to the final edits that you discussed that night. And then you're done.
Then we're done,
Then you
right,
vote it.
right.
And we as board members can get a printed copy of your final thing, so that we can discuss it at that, in sufficient time to be able to absorb it and.
We don't set that date today, right, for the,
I would
have to.
schedule deliberations.
We have to
and
set that
then-
date.
And then I would count back to that. You like it a week ahead of time?
Yep.
or-
Yeah.
We have, 30 days to do it? How many?
40.
40, yeah.
From
40
tonight.
From tonight, okay.
September 29th for an actual decision.
What would happen if we voted this in, passed a comprehensive permit? Yep. There was no perk test on it, nothing valid could come out of it. And we'd already have a permit, they already have a comprehensive permit. And when it comes to the end, could we vote it down at the end? When
No, of
it's
course.
When it's, okay.
You're not voting it
You're
tonight.
not voting, right.
No, I'm talking about voting it down when the full set of plans are in front of us.
Yes.
Septic systems, everything.
Oh.
We can vote it down again,
No.
right?
No,
No.
you would be able to vote that these final plans do not conform
Right.
with the conditions of the permit,
Right.
but you're not re-voting the permit.
Right, but we could vote the final plans down.
Only if they don't comply with the conditions of the
If
permit.
there's no perk test, that doesn't comply.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
That would be an example.
There's a requirement in the
Very
plan
bad.
for perk tests. If they don't do it, then yes. Okay,
It typically doesn't happen. It typically happens that
A
sometimes
lot
there'll
of things
be,
in this whole case typically
there'll be
don't
a
happen.
few meetings sometimes that there were modifications, so.
So you're talking September 24th?
what's that?
September 24th, is that what you're saying?
What's a good-
September 29th is the 40-day mark. So that means it has to be wrapped up
By the-
with a bow,
So-
right?
Can you do this like,
What's,
September 29th is on a Monday.
what's everybody's availability, like in the 17th or the 24th or whatever? September.
17th, I'm not available.
Week of the 15th, as of right now.
No,
The
I'm
week
out of
15th.
town.
Okay, so the 24th? Is
Okay, that's good.
that okay with you?
24th, I'm on trial, that's the only problem.
Okay. We can actually do it like on the 25th of, Wednesdays are generally our meeting, but
You don't want to, you can't do the 17th, Maria?
I can't either.
Available.
You can't. How about the week before?
Yeah, yes, I can.
10th? What's today? Today's the 20th. That gives, that's only a couple of weeks, right?
No, and he can't do it.
How long is it going to take
I'll have to
you?
do it.
What's that?
I'll have to do it. I'll have to get it to you,
Well, not that we
By the
don't
3rd.
operate,
Well, by
but do
the
we
fifth.
need, I mean,
can we extend the 40 days?
no,
Do the other-
no. I mean, we don't, I mean, I'm not saying that you're not valuable, but we really, do we need Marie to
Yes.
be here for the deliberations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
But then, I mean, today's the,
Could our secretary take notes?
I mean, if you have it to us by the 3rd,
I'll have.
then that should be enough for us to be, to review it by the
how
10th.
how about I get it to you by the 5th and you review it by the 10th?
That's,
Because that would be a violation of your rule, but I have a schedule on it.
Okay.
too, and, you know, and that's,
I'm okay with that because we're going to,
So we're going to do it on the 10th?
that's
So
a
wait,
do it on the 10th.
time frame.
So we're
Yeah.
you're gonna get something to us by the 5th.
I'm gonna get something I'm gonna get the permit to you
I see.
by the close of business on the 5th.
Yeah.
Not 9 AM on the 5th,
Happy
close of
Labor
business.
that'll give us like
So
4
basically,
days
we're
to
not looking
review
at it,
Yes.
so
I mean,
the next.
That gives
You're
us
going to be
what?
pulling an all-nighter here in
I was
there.
gonna say,
How much
happy
time
Labor
are you
Day.
saying that gives?
The Labor Day's the 1st.
4 days.
Labor Day's early, is the
Now,
1st.
We're going to get a printed version, not just an email.
Why are they doing that? That's weird, don't you think?
So, so
Close of business.
What is the, so we're meeting on the 10th?
Can you get,
I want to be
can you get it
realistic.
to us early enough so she can print it out so people can pick it up?
Or I'll have to come in on the 6th.
I mean, you're the client, I'll do what you tell me to do, but I'm just telling you, it's a tough time. The summer is almost over.
Yes.
I've got back-to-back trials, I got an appeal brief due on Wednesday, I have a hearing on the 2nd, which is the day after Labor Day. And so, I'm sort of accommodating you by moving it back to the 10th.
Okay.
And so I'm does somebody really need it printed so that they can read it over that weekend?
Absolutely,
We
absolutely.
have some people who
I will
don't have
print
printers
copies.
and you
I
really
will
need a
print
printed
it.
copy.
If anybody
But-
needs one, I can, can I do that?
Why does it have to be the 10th? I mean, can you go to the
Because she
11th?
can't do the 17th and we don't want to push you.
How about the 11th?
Yeah, but are you-
Thursday.
Come and press it. That's a public hearing, so I have to be there.
What did you say, Maria, about your timing? For
So
printing?
who needs it
Oh,
printed?
well, if that's a Friday, so if
Yeah.
it comes in close of business on the 5th, I'm not gonna be able to be here after that. You know what I'm saying?
When are you gonna be, are you gonna be here on the 5th at all?
No, I wasn't planning to.
Oh, okay.
But I mean.
I'll have it to you by close of business on the 4th.
I can.
No.
If you email it to me, I will hand deliver a copy to every one of the
Drive it
board
down
members.
to Westport.
That's what I was gonna say, is it, who needs a printed copy? Is it only
I will,
Sherry?
Sheriff does it.
I will offer to
Always.
drive the copies to whoever needs them,
But who's gonna
if
print
she
them?
makes
And if
them.
But I'm saying, I'm willing to,
anybody needs
that's what I'm willing to print them on Friday and
I
give
can
them to
print them
Jerry.
as well. I
So
have
we're
a-
gonna get, we're gonna.
Can't somebody else at town
When
hall
is the
make
meeting?
a copy?
Right on a
Well,
Friday
We're
afternoon.
talking close of business, are we talking 5 PM? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well.
There's no one here.
I won't be here.
No.
I can come in,
Right,
but I can't promise that I can be here
yeah.
on that day.
Well, what would be good is if we can get it so that we can, so that people can actually review it over the weekend.
How about close?
So as
the-
long as
how
it's
about
here
Close the
when-
business on the 4th.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes. Close the business. And if you
How
give it
about
to me, I'll
noon on
make
the
sure
5th?
that every,
What?
Noon on the 5th.
Yeah, noon on the 5th would work.
Noon on the 5th?
But I don't wanna make Maria come in.
Well, that's,
Yes.
I mean.
if you get a
either way, I
copy,
have to come in, so.
you
Yeah,
get a copy
Maria, what is the close of
to
business?
me and
Five.
to
I'm
Maria.
not here every day.
Between the two of us, we will make sure that everybody has a copy, because I'll print them out, she can print them out,
Right,
and
why
we'll
can't-
put them in everybody's bin.
Yeah, why can't
Okay.
somebody else?
That's a good idea, Rod.
What's the deadline?
Okay, that's
What is the
very
deadline?
good.
Close of business the 4th.
What do you mean?
All right.
noon on
I
the,
thought it was September 5th at noon.
yeah, because, well, Marie's not gonna come in on the night anyway, so you might as well just wait until Marie comes in on the next day, so make it at noon on the 5th.
Okay.
You'll print them out. I don't need a printed copy because I just have too much paper.
But in any event, we're going to plan this for the 10th.
Hold on, let me make sure.
Here we go.
Oh, there was no dot up on the 10th, yes.
Okay. Constance?
Whatever.
Ray? Everybody else? 6:30?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Catered by Westport
done.
Porter?
We don't,
Margaritas, we need margaritas, I think.
do we have to make a motion to continue this then?
You're not continuing.
Continuing, no.
I would
It's
specify
not
that
continuing, you're right.
Right.
you're planning to schedule notice the deliberations for the 10th at 6:30.
So we just make a notice, yes, okay, so it's not a continuation.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
good as a courtesy to let the
Yes.
public know that you're gonna deliberate on the 10th.
Yeah, you gotta do that, right?
And that's an
Maria?
open meeting.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's an open meeting, but people cannot comment.
Right.
Right? Oh, my
Okay.
God. What is it? We've been here over 4
That's-
hours.
I think that concludes the
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
the hearing part.
Oh, it's
We-
10:45?
You have other
I
business?
think we may have other business, but,
Done with
no?
me, though.
Well, that concludes this. Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, everyone. I think you guys.
Thanks, everybody, for
This was a
attending.
tricky one, but we put a lot of effort in. Hopefully, we get where we need to be, and good luck in your deliberations. Thank you.
Maria, you're going to send him the copies from
Yes.
Michael and Jim?
Yeah, I'll do that Friday tonight.
You'll do that? Thanks, George. I'll give you a call beforehand.
Good night.
You're so late. I have to drive home.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other business?
Oh, it's Sherburne.
We don't have any meeting minutes.
Oh, I think it's Sherburne, so it's not.
I don't think there's,
I know I know you have election of officers.
do we want to,
and
yeah,
discussion of
we
the
can do that
rules.
on the 10th, can't we?
Yeah. As long as you post it, we can do it.
Well, I can post it.
Post it anyway.
Yeah, like we did
Post it.
today,
If we got to
right?
it, fine. If not, well,
Because
We'll push
no
it.
one's gonna pay attention.
I'm ready to resign right now, so.
No one's gonna look at your comments.
be with you.
It'll be fun.
Okay.
You can blame her
If
for
there's no
that.
other business,
None.
None.
No minutes?
I make a, I make a motion to adjourn the hearing.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Val.